Good evening and welcome to the weekly Lawrence City Commission meeting. Usually at this time I start out with a little quip about the weather and watching our neighbors and such, but after seeing snow on Easter, I've got nothing left. I mean, that was it. So
KU.
I think KU had a great season. They really did. Kids played hard. Before we start, you'll notice a little bit of a change in the agenda. Number one, I would ask you at this point, if you brought your cell phone with you tonight, if you would silence it, as we're going to have a meeting tonight. We don't need folks disturbed as they're speaking at the podium tonight. And second of all, the city manager's report has moved to down next to the commission items so that we can proceed with all of the public's work and we can listen to the city manager at about the same time we get heard. I don't know, something like that. First item on the agenda, though, are proclamations and recognitions. And the first is to proclaim the month of April of 2016 as Child Abuse Prevention Month. Do we have folks here this evening? We do.
We do.
Good evening.
Good evening. Hi, I'm Jen Preston with Lawrence Douglas County Health Department.
Hey, Jen.
I'm representing the Lawrence Douglas County Child Abuse Prevention Task Force. So thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners. Welcome, Mr. City Manager, Mr. Merkis, for the first time. April is a national month of Prevent Child Abuse America and Prevent Child Abuse Prevention, which we all value and know is important. April is a time to celebrate the important role that all of us play in that. It's not just one person or one family or one community service provider. It's all of us. And this year, you know, we really wanted to highlight and give reflection back to what the city's done and what we all do as city taxpayers. But these are the unique things that we've highlighted that the city has provided special funding for. So like the social service agency funding that's provided for such programs. And I know there's many programs on the list. I'm not going to go through them all, but some of the top ones, Diana represents one of them. And I happen to pick her because CASA is such a great program that helps support those kids that have gone through unfortunate events of child abuse and neglect and to give them a voice. Success by Six is doing a great job of providing those funds for families that are stressed and might need a little help with utility and rent assistance. And then I was really glad to see in the last year the city support the Burton Ash RAP program, which is another vital program that helps strengthen those families. So that's just skimming the surface, I know, of all of the things that the city funds, but also that we as members of the community support are just one ways that we support kids and children in our communities. And then the Parks and Rec, I just went through today and looked at all the cool services Park and Rec are doing, like the daddy and daughter date night was really cool, and the toddler gym, having the family night at the East Lawrence Rec Center, the free events at South Park that are supported, and of course the Lawrence Public Library. Those are just a few items that we can say, awesome, we're doing great in Douglas County and in the city of supporting families in those ways. And we ask you that, and we appreciate you agreeing to planting the pinwheels, which is, once again, a national symbol for every child deserves a healthy and happy childhood. And so several will be planted out in the beds. Anybody can join us this Saturday at 11 o'clock. Prior to this, at Saturday at 10 o'clock, we'll be planting pinwheels in the library to recognize that as well. And then join us on April 8th as the nation wears blue to recognize the importance of awareness of prevention of child abuse and neglect. So we thank you.
Well, just take a moment. I want to thank
Sure.
you for all of the hard work and the help that you give families and kids throughout our community and our county. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts, and thanks for recognizing some of the programs that we help get involved with. So with that, I'll be happy to read the proclamation. Okay. It's a proclamation whereas children are key to the city's future success, prosperity, and the quality of life, and while children are our most valuable resource, they are also our most vulnerable. And whereas children have a right to be safe and to be provided an opportunity to thrive, learn, and grow, and whereas child abuse and neglect can be prevented by supporting and strengthening families in Douglas County, Kansas through the 5 protective factors. 1, nurturing and attachment. 2, knowledge of child-youth development. 3, parental resilience. 4, social connections. And 5, concrete supports for parents. And whereas we must come together as partners so that the voices of our children are heard by all, and we are, as a community, extending a helping hand to children and families in need, and whereas by providing safe, stable, and nurturing relationships for our children, free of violence, bullying, abuse, and neglect, we can ensure that the city's children will grow to their full potential as the next generation of leaders, helping to secure the future of this city, state, and nation. Now, therefore, I, Mike Amix, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, Kansas, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2016 as Child Abuse Prevention Month. Again, thank you all very much, and if you'd like to have a copy of the proclamation. And the next proclamation is to proclaim the month of March 2016 as Mathematics Awareness Month. Do we have folks here this evening to speak to this item? No one here this evening? Wow. Well, this is a great proclamation, and, you know, I've been privileged to be able to recognize the work that's done through the university and the Lawrence School District and everybody involved in teaching mathematics, and what a great opportunity that we have to learn math. I mean, it's a great deal. So anyway, happy to do so for the 6th time, and we'll make sure that we get this to the appropriate folks, okay? Okay, next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda will be considered under one motion, will be enacted by one motion. There'll be no separate discussion on those items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Are there any items on the consent agenda that a member of the commission would like to have removed for separate discussion?
Number 5.
Number 5. Okay. Any other ones by the commission? Okay.
Number 7.
Like a menu, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Any other items by the commission? Any items on the consent agenda that a member of the public would like to have removed for separate consideration? Okay. So with the exception of number 5 and number 7, we need to add claims to 293 vendors in the amount of $3,659,134.81. Payroll-related payments in the amount of $3,453,714.39 for a total of the claims of $7,416,264.65. With the exception of items 5 and 7, I would entertain, and the addition of claims, I would entertain a motion for approval.
So moved. Second.
Motion made and second to approve the consent agenda with the claims, with the exception of 5 and 7, made by Commissioner Bowley, second by Commissioner Herbert. All in favor of that motion, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That passes 5-0. Item number 5 is adopt on first reading ordinance number 9210, authorizing the issuance of $7.8 million in industrial revenue bonds for the 800 New Hampshire project. Vice Mayor, I assume this is for voting purposes only? Mm-hmm. Okay. Any additional comment? Is this the last, the things that we have to do on this other than the second reading?
Correct.
Okay.
Second reading.
Okay. Any questions or comments on this item? Okay. Any public comment on this item? Okay. Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to adopt on first reading ordinance number 9210.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and second for approval was made by Commissioner Bowley, second by Commissioner Larson. All in favor of that motion, aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Passes 3-2 with Commissioner Herbert and Vice Mayor Soden voting in opposition, okay? Thank you. The next item is number 7, authorize city manager to enter into an agreement with Alicia Kelly, Katie Claggett to implement an intersection repair community mural project at 10th Street and New Jersey Street and approve temporary use of the right-of-way permit for the intersection to be closed April 23rd for the purpose of installing the mural. Mm-hmm. Vice Mayor.
I just wanted to point this out and spotlight it because I think it's really great. I'd like to see us do this all over the city if we can. Just wanted to say my support.
Okay. It is a good-looking design. I don't know if we
It
can get it
is.
up there.
Yeah, I think it's a great project.
Yeah, it is.
Excited for it to happen.
I wish we could put the picture up on the screen. Can we put the picture up on the screen?
I bet we could.
Sure. Thank you.
Item 7. Ta-da.
It's going to be awesome. I can't wait. I hope you don't get rained out on the day that you select
The
it.
30th, is that? Yeah.
Okay.
You do that in one day. My
10th
goodness.
in New Jersey, is that right? 10th in New Jersey?
Mm-hmm. By the school.
Well, that'll be fun. Thank you. Any questions or comments? Okay. Back to the commission. I think, like all the rest of you, I think it's a great project, highlighting, part of East Lawrence, and that's pretty cool. So I would entertain a motion then to authorize the city manager to enter into an agreement with Alicia and Katie to implement the intersection repair community mural at 10th and New Jersey Streets.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and second for approval was made by Vice Mayor Soden, second by Commissioner Larson. All in favor of that motion, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 5-0. Next item is general public comment. Public is allowed to speak on any items or issues that are not scheduled on the agenda after first being recognized by the mayor. As a general practice, the commission will not discuss or debate those items, nor will the commission make decisions on items presented during this time. Rather, they will refer the items to staff for follow-up. Individuals are asked to come to the microphone, sign in, and state their name and address. And speakers should address all comments and questions to the commission. Is there any general public comment? Any general public comment? Okay, on to the regular agenda. The regular agenda, again, the public is allowed to speak to any of the regular agenda items or to give public comment after first being recognized by the mayor. Individuals are asked to come to the microphone, sign in, and state their name and address. Again, speakers should address all comments and questions to the commission. Because it would appear like we may have a number of people that want to speak to the various issues tonight, I may set a time limit on comment during for those items. So anyway, first item on the regular agenda is to receive recommendations from the Affordable Housing Advisory Board regarding the Transitional Housing Voucher Program and consider awarding $100,000 to the Lawrence Douglas County Housing Authority. Casey.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Commission. Casey Toomey, I'm an Assistant City Manager here. I also serve as the liaison to our Affordable Housing Advisory Board, so I'm here on behalf of that board tonight. Our chair, Matt Sturdivant, had a family commitment and was going to try to be here, but probably wasn't able to be here for this particular time on the agenda. Shannon Oury, who is also on our board, is here, as well as Commissioner Boley. I don't know if I saw any other board members, but they are here if you have questions for them. Shannon's also here in her capacity as the director of the Lawrence Douglas County Housing Authority and can provide you with a little more detailed information about the parameters of the program that the board is recommending. Just in terms of background, hopefully you all recall last year as part of our budget deliberations, you directed staff to set aside $100,000 to fund a housing voucher program to help families who are currently living at the Lawrence Community Shelter. The direction was to go back and come up with parameters for that program, so the advisory board has done that. They mirrored the parameters that they're recommending off of a similar commitment from Douglas County to provide funding for families in Douglas County also living at the Lawrence Community Shelter. The program we laid out for you has basically 3 limitations or parameters to it. One is that they would be for residents at the Lawrence Community Shelter. The next would be a preference for families, and the third is a preference for Douglas County residents. I think with that, I'll stand for questions, or again, have Shannon come forward and provide you with additional information.
Casey, as I understand, this really mirrors the same requirements that the county had for their allocation, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
There were some additional options that the board considered.
Yeah.
I know some concerns were expressed last summer about the number of individuals that could be helped before the program. But after visiting with Shannon, I think the advisory board felt that by putting too many restrictions on the program, that might make it difficult to administer. The transient nature of some of the folks who are staying at the shelter makes it a little bit of an administrative challenge to keep track of folks. They may leave the shelter and have temporary housing through a family member or a friend. And then when that arrangement doesn't work, they may come back. But in that span of time, they may have been bumped off of the list to get into the transitional housing voucher program. So I think the easier that we could make the program to administer, the board thought that would in the long run end up benefiting more individuals that way.
Okay.
You talked a little bit, or maybe Shannon can, about the decision to provide the 24 months of assistance versus a 12-month model.
Yeah, I'll let Shannon visit with you about that one.
So as most of you know, we've run a transitional housing program since the 90s,
Can we have-
and it is...
Can we have your name so everybody knows
sorry.
who you are?
Shannon Oury, Lawrence Douglas County Housing Authority.
Thank you.
And we've run a program. It is a 24-month temporary or transitional housing program. We partner with a bunch of agencies in town, and we put together housing assistance and supportive services. And that program has worked very well for all the years we've been doing it. And we have about an 83% success rate, because at the end of that 24 months, all of those families have the option, they successfully complete, to receive a regular Section 8 voucher that the Housing Authority administers. The 24 months is really important to us because of our waiting list. It is a HUD mandate that we take families, our households, off the waiting list as they come in to the program. So you have a wait list date of when we received your application. 24 months gives us enough time that all of these families who we then will give the voucher to, because they have then become eligible for our Section 8 program, it puts them to the top of the list. And so we're not skipping anybody by quickly assigning then a voucher as soon as these families graduate from the transitional housing program. What we don't want to see is a gap in their assistance. So the situation would be we do 24 months out of this fund of money, which, and then they're not at the top of the list yet, and so now we might have 3-6 months for them that we can't provide them assistance until we can issue our next Section 8 voucher. So that's why the 24 months is so important to us.
Okay. Other questions? Okay. Thanks, Shannon. Casey, anything else to add?
I don't think so. We're just looking for approval of those parameters, and then we'll move forward with working with the Housing Authority to get those funds transferred over to them.
Yeah, I did think of a question, Shannon, and thanks, Casey. So when we talk about the list, you know, what kind of effect numbers-wise will it have?
Okay, so our regular transitional housing list has 61 people on it right now. And generally with the funding that we have been receiving, we can only house 10 to 12 families per year off of that list. We have created a special list for the shelter guests, and that list is obviously moving much quicker. Right now, we have 2 families housed, 2 families with a voucher looking for a place to lease up. One of them has found a location. 2 families that we're issuing their voucher this week or next, depending on when we get the final paperwork, and 2 additional families who are eligible. So we have 2 families already in line. And we've been working very closely with the shelter, and they've been a great partner in this of trying to make sure, I mean, our application is no easy task to complete, and particularly if you've been homeless and you don't have all your documents. So we will have 8 families already in the system, and then we're actively working more. So we have people ready to be housed.
Do you have information on how long these families have been in the shelter?
Well, Trey's here, and he may be able to give you better information, but I do know we have one family of 8 that was there. He indicated for 400 days. And so I don't know the total length of time, but, I mean, it's very difficult, and we've used a lot of resources to help find a location for a family of 8. We have another family on the list of 7. And so our staff and Trey's staff and other community partners have to help find a unit that's that big. So, and the other thing that I know there was some interest in individuals working or having sources of income. All of these families either have Social Security disability income or are working. So all of the households, all these 8 households that we already have in the pipeline, they all have a source of income. And there was another concern about single parents. Half of all the families that we're serving in this 8 are single parent households.
What was the concern with regard to the single parent family requirement?
I think just the difficulty in a single parent trying to carry the whole load of a family.
But I mean, having a requirement specifically for single parent families.
What was
You found that to be unhelpful?
Yeah, I mean, I think, this family of 8 that we're talking about is a 2-parent household. And I mean, there's just no possible way they can afford market rate rent. And so that's sort of why we're making the request to not add additional requirements on it. It's because each situation is so very unique, and I mean, we want to help that family of 8 because there's no possible way they could ever afford. I mean, I think that's why they were at the shelter for the time they were. It's because it's impossible. It's very difficult to find a unit. And even when you find it, it would be very difficult for this family to pay for market rate for a unit, for a 6-bedroom unit.
Thanks, Sharon. Any public comment on this item? Anyone? Okay, back to the commission. Well, this item was brought to the commission, I think on the last night of the budget process, wasn't it not? Was it not? And was discussed at that point. And it seems to me that, that's what, we go through the budget process for, is to make sure that we set the priorities that we have and that we fund them at that point. And you have those debates, and they come in at different times during that process. And I think, this probably happened. I may have had a question at the time, but I understand, the need here. I've looked at it and realized that it's something that's probably pretty important, but I want everybody to understand this was part of the budget process that we went through last summer, and the decision was made by a majority of the body. In fact, I think a unanimous majority of the body to approve the budget with this item in it. So that's, I really believe how the process should work. So anyway, that's kind of where we're at. Other comment?
I just think this is a great opportunity for us to continue to chip away at the affordable housing situation. I would still like us at some point to find a stream of money that we can fund it every year, but this is a good move, a move in the right direction.
I definitely agree with that, and chipping away as well. That's just what we're doing, is chipping away. And there's definitely an economic development impact to this as well that I don't want anyone to forget about. Just providing housing stability gives those people and children stability as well, and then hopefully they'll do better in school if they're not now. And it's just stable housing is really important foundation for everyone to succeed in life.
Anyone else?
That's one of the things we want to look at. I asked that 24-month question because, one of the things we have to look at with affordable housing is that, it's incredibly expensive. And so when we look at the size of the waiting list, to solve that problem is going to take a mountain of money. And so, anything we can do to get that 24-month period chipped down to 12 months enables us to potentially double the amount of people we could serve. So that's why I asked that question. And I'd like to see us get to a point where we're able to achieve that in 12 months and thereby double the amount we could serve with the same amount of money. Ultimately, this is a situation where, quantity is the name of the game. We're trying to fix a huge problem, and unfortunately, the money doesn't go very far when it has to extend over a 24-month period per family.
I just appreciate my fellow commissioners supporting this project. It's a start, and as someone said, chipping away at the program, at the problem. And I think we need to continue the effort to not only fund the affordable housing effort, but also to try to find systemic answers for the bigger problem. But thank you very much.
Okay, so if there's nothing else, okay, I would entertain a motion then for the City Commission to approve the program parameters as recommended by the Affordable Housing Advisory Board and award $100,000 from the city's Affordable Housing Trust Fund to the Lawrence Douglas County Housing Authority.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and second for approval, made by Commissioner Larson, second by Commissioner Herbert. All in favor of that motion, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you all very much. Next item is recommendations from the Transient Guest Tax Grant Fund Committee for funding for 2016. Megan.
Good evening, Commissioners. We will try and keep our presentation very brief, given all the items on the agenda tonight. Porter O'Neill and I are here as your staff members. As you recall, back in 2015 in your budget deliberations, you included $150,000 for a transient guest tax grant program for 2016. One of the goals, or one of the reasons for creating this grant program, was to try and limit the opportunities for out-of-cycle budget requests for event support that you guys used to get throughout the year. This way, it kind of funnels them into a standardized program. We recognize that this is a pilot program with room for improvement, and the advisory board is very interested in creating a consistent and equitable program that adheres to commission goals, and we have suggestions for policy and process that we want to bring to you in a few slides. So what is this? The Transient Guest Tax Fund is supported by a 6% tax collected on all overnight hotel stays in Lawrence. The TGT by city code is used to promote tourism and convention promotion in Lawrence, and Charter Ordinance 30 states that it needs to be used for the purposes of promoting, enhancing, maintaining, improving tourism, visitor, or convention business in the city. When we came to you in February for the approval of the grant program, we set out 4 goals for the grants. 1, demonstrate a measurable benefit for the community or economic benefit, enhance Lawrence's character and reputation for tourist activities, attract additional new events or strengthen existing events, and generate additional transient guest tax and sales tax for our community. The advisory board met on March the 11th, and they did a kind of a straw poll prioritization of the 24 applications that were received. At that time, and we did that because we kind of wanted to understand if there were events that were standing out as something that had high support based on program goals, that maybe something like an event like that wouldn't need a whole lot of conversation. We could kind of move through that because we had a lot to do in a period of about 2.5 hours. So based on that, this is a ranking of all of the events and kind of from highest to lowest. I'm not going to read through them, but Tour of Lawrence was the highest event ranked, meeting program goals. And then after that, we had a couple in the next kind of DOT categories. We're calling it Art in the Park, Busker Festival, the African American Quilts Convention, Free State Festival. A couple of conferences came after that, the GPEM Pharmaceuticals Conference, which is going to be held with KU this year, and the Kansas Leadership Conference. Also, TEDx, which is a local offshoot of your TED Talk programs, was an application. Watkins Museum has a program that they do called Civil War on the Western Front. That came in next. Blues and Grass by the River is an event that's held, a musical event that's a fundraiser. The Downtown Olympic Shot Put fell in line after that, and then the Old Fashioned Christmas Parade. Continuing on, Mixed Master 2016 Conference fell in after that. Reggae by the River, Rhythm and Film Festival, the Theater Lawrence Holiday Show, Watkins Museum's Tales and Traditions Festival, Live on Mass, which would have been a new event to the city, a musical event on Mass Street. And then the last few, Art to Go, Hot Rod Hullabaloo, Go Forth Festival, the Lawrence Children's Choir, and the Lawrence Opera Theater, those all received not a lot of support, so they kind of fell at the bottom. So going forward, over the next few months, the advisory board would like to discuss the policy implications and some process considerations for future funding cycles. And I outlined those in the staff memo, but I wanted to just touch on them very briefly here. One of the things that the advisory board recognized is that we didn't have a lot of time for deliberations. We had events that needed an answer on whether or not they were going to receive funding. And so we needed to kind of kick the process off. The advisory board would like more time to have some short presentations from the groups and be able to ask some questions ahead of actual funding deliberations. One of the issues that staff recognized right away as we started to get in applications was that we need to have a way of standardizing in-kind city services from the city, specifically public works and public safety. Some events receive some in-kind support for blocking off roads or police and fire assistance. Some don't need it either, but we need to figure out consistently how do we categorize that across the board. And then the question from the commission that we need answered is that something that's supposed to be part of the grant program? Those services, those in-kind services, do we need to be able to calculate into the grant? And, or maybe the commission would rather do kind of what they've done in the past, which is a transfer over from the transient guest tax each year to help cover some of those services that the city's provided. The funding formula for budgeting definitely needs a little clarification. The advisory board used a cap of 25% of the event budget, which was the grant request plus the requester's contribution plus the third-party cash match. But again, we have this in-kind issue sitting out there that we really need an answer for that would help us with the 25% calculation. And then the advisory board would also like to provide a way for applications to have a little bit more lead time. For example, some events for 2017 are in the process of planning right now. And we had money for 2016. And so the committee was trying to figure out, do we allocate money for 2017 with some of 2016's money? Do we ask in the fall to allow for the commission to maybe allow this group to fund 2017 events in the last cycle of 2016? It just kind of helps event organizers know where they stand for next year. And then the last things that I noted for process and policy is that we really do want to understand the economic impact of these events to our community, and you can see on the spreadsheet that I'll show you in a little bit that there's well over $1 million worth of overall budget for these 24 events. There's a lot of people doing a lot of great work in our community. They're trying to bring people to our community and influence the transient guest tax and sales tax and things like that. And so we want to work with Explore Lawrence and their new director, who starts on Friday, to really understand that economic impact of events. And then also we want to engage our hotel properties to work with these events because it's very possible for hotel properties to maybe help in creating some specials to help increase the heads and beds aspect of this program, where they can, be a great partner in that and we can help them see the value of the program and and help you guys understand as well. So in the staff report are the allocations, and I'll bring that up in a different spreadsheet. As you know, we did send out an additional staff memo on Monday, which outlined some changes due to calculations that were done kind of after the fact, which we can discuss. And then there was also a clarification as to where funds come from and how is that considered. Is it considered city money, CVB money, kind of a clarification on that. So if you want to talk about specific applications, I can do that. I know some of the advisory board members are here in the audience if you have questions for them.
Okay, questions of Megan? Anybody?
In the revised memo, there are some events that have some recalculations. There's a line that says third-party in-kind cash. Can you explain what in-kind cash is? My understanding is cash and in-kind is in-kind, so trying to figure that out.
We used the same budget form that the Lawrence Cultural Arts Commission has used for years for their grant program. And there were four line items. There's the request of the city, and above that, they explained how they would use the request or the money from the city. And then next to that was the requester's contribution and generally how they would be using that money. And then I guess it could be titled differently in the future, but it was cash that was being given to the event. So I know, for example, on the Free State Festival, that's where they listed the $30,000 from the city and $30,000 from the CVB. Those monies have a home within their budget to pay for something as part of the festival. And then there was an in-kind match. The difference between in-kind cash and in-kind match is in a match, you don't usually receive, there's no transaction of funds. There's no writing a check in lieu of support. A lot of times events will go after in-kind matching support from media outlets like a radio station or the newspaper, and they provide some sort of a service or they provide support to an event, but no funds are actually
That's in kind,
transferred.
right?
I'm sorry, what?
That's in-kind contribution.
That is the in-kind, I have to pull up the application to give you, but yes, that's in kind. There's cash, which is, again, the transaction.
Yeah, I know, but
happens.
if you look at the memo, there's a line that says third-party in-kind cash. Third line of the computation. Brian, I don't know if you can help us. Yeah, well, I mean, it's Free State, this is the revised computation, yeah. Well, I'm struggling with this computation in the revised memo, and we're talking about third-party in-kind cash.
I think it's just outside source funding.
But is it cash or is it in-kind?
I think it's supposed to be cash, isn't it?
Because our cap is based on cash, not on in-kind.
That's right.
Yes, I'm sorry,
Your policy statement excludes in kind,
Exactly.
yes.
which suggests this has to be cash.
161,000.
Yes, is that the one you're speaking of specifically?
Yes. Well, I mean, there's three of them. And I'm sure you did the computation for all of them. It's just these are the three that are shown in the memo.
The downtown shop that has $5,000 third-party in-kind cash. The tour of Lawrence is $10,000, and then the $161,000 to the Free State Festival. So
Yeah, in kind is usually services provided. Cash is just a cash donation.
right.
Yeah, I think the confusion is using the terminology in kind. It should just state cash, if that's what it is. That's your point, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's the question.
yeah.
yeah, I mean, I couldn't tell what it was. That's my problem.
So Megan, is the 161,000 cash from other organizations?
If you go to the grant application, which I just pulled up on the website, they listed cash, and what was the cash, and then in kind is listed here. Is there a representative that can speak to this?
Could you come to the microphone, please?
I can, but Sarah should probably.
Or whoever. Whomever.
I will say that although the city form says in-kind cash, that actually means cash. So you're right, it's just it's a vestige of some other form that it says in-kind cash. So we understood that column to be just cash, but your question is a good one.
Yeah,
Just cash. Is that your question?
yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I'm just-
but I agree with you, it's confusing, but that's the cash column.
If we could have your name.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm Susan Tate, I'm the CEO of the Lawrence Art Center.
Yeah, thank you.
So the cash that you see up there on this column should total 161,000, is that what you're telling us?
That's what I'm,
Yeah, if you go to the budget page.
yeah.
Right here. There you go.
Hello, I'm Sarah Bishop. I'm the grant writer at the Art Center, and I wrote this grant. I can tell you that, so on the application, right, we have the request from TGT, as you can see there. We have the requester's contribution, so that's cash that the Lawrence Art Center is giving to the project. Then we have third-party cash match, which is donors. That would include donors and sponsors, as well as the gift from the City of Lawrence and the gift from Explore Lawrence. And then we have the third-party in-kind match, which includes what Megan was just explaining as sort of what she means by in-kind match being media matches, right? So that includes Lawrence Journal World, Kansas Public Radio, et cetera, various organizations that don't actually write us a check, as she just said, but that give us services in exchange for recognition through our festival.
Okay, so the $60,000 from CVB and Explore Lawrence is included in the 151?
Right, so there's $60,000, $30,000 from the City of Lawrence,
Okay.
and $30,000 from Explore Lawrence, or the CVB, right? And that is part of the third-party cash match.
Right, okay. And the requester's contribution is a cash contribution, or that's the expenses that you're incurring for this?
That's a cash contribution.
Okay, great.
We're spending money,
Yeah,
yeah.
excellent.
Okay. Other questions? Okay.
I think while you're on the budget page, I'd just like to point out, for every grant, the way that we came up with the 25%, to make sure that they were underneath the 25% cap, is we took the TGT grant request. So for this one, for example, it was this column, plus this column, plus this column. For your total event, because we excluded the in-kind matching funds since no transactions were occurring, and took that times 25%. So we did that consistently for all of them, and I did that kind of on the fly in the meeting because we were kind of checking numbers, and Matthew Herbert is your commission rep and can attest to the process.
Great, thank you. Thank you,
Do you mind if I speak to that really quickly?
Sure.
It's not a question, but I think it bears, at least, if not to tell all of you, it bears a public conversation. The process we went through as the board in making these decisions, this is the first time we have done this, and I think all of us that served on the board would admit that the process was not perfect in any way, shape, or form. That you could certainly, go minute by minute at that meeting and criticize elements of it, and probably be very valid. What I would say is this: while the process was not perfect, the process from my seat was fair. The joke could be made that it was fairly bad for everyone, of course, but the point is that when people left, we knew anytime you have a situation where you have $240,000 in requests and $150,000 to divvy out, people are going to leave angry. There's no way that money is going to breed as it sits on the table. So ultimately, some people are going to leave empty-handed and other people are not. Our goal, or at least my personal goal as the commissioner on that board, was, while I'm okay with people leaving angry, because people leave angry at me every Tuesday night, something I've gotten quite accustomed to, what I did not want to happen was people to leave upset that they had been cheated. while people were upset at the process, at the imperfections of the process, I think in all of its imperfect form, it was a fair process. So while we can argue about the method used to calculate the 25%, the point I'm getting at is the method that was used to calculate the 25% was used for every single applicant in an exact same fashion.
Okay. Thanks, Matt. Lisa, you had a
I
question?
just have a quick question. I noticed on the spreadsheet up there, go back, there you go, that you've got for third-party cash match, 151,000, but on your memo, you've got third-party in-kind cash at 161,000.
Yeah, Sarah, I believe there was an addition error in there. When I was going back, and I've checked these numbers several times, when I totaled up from their application, this is the method that they used in the meeting for calculating that 25%. This number 151 should actually be 161 according to their application, and so that's the number. And I think I mentioned that in the second memo that we put out on Monday, that I did find a mathematical just error in that. The question of the 25%, after we went back to look at how do we capture that. This is actually, I believe, the mathematical equation that we should have used, which. I'm sorry if I can't, I'm trying to blow it up, but it all depends on kind of where you take the $60,000 out. Math can be done in a lot of different ways, and it wasn't done in mistake or in error, but I think that after we sat down and looked at it, we thought that this is the better way to calculate it moving forward. And so when I took a look at the 25%, their total event budget is $269,500. 25% of that is $67,375, less the $60,000 equals $7,375. So they could have been eligible for $7,375. I also think it bears noting that when you look at it with that mathematical formula and you ask yourself, where is the money coming from, which is transient guest tax fund from the city, and if you're going to say that the match or the cap needs to take into account any transient guest tax funds that are being applied because the Convention and Visitors Bureau is funded out of the transient guest tax where rightfully they should be funded. I felt like I needed to point out that the operating budget for the CVB does have money for the shot put and for Tour of Lawrence. And so if you're going to consider it that way, I felt it was only fair to provide you with that information. However, that does negatively impact the Tour of Lawrence and downtown shot put, which the committee did feel like were events that fit well in this program. And they would not have been eligible for any funds when you consider what is in the CVB's operating budget.
I think it's particularly worthy of noting that not only would Tour of Lawrence be negated effectively by that, but Tour of Lawrence was the #1 priority on that list, correct?
It was the event that I think the committee felt met the goals the most.
Right.
And in all fairness, again, we were trying to take a program where we've had out-of-cycle requests before, and we've had different ways of funding these things, and we're trying to put them into a program. 2016 we knew was going to be a hard year, and if we continue with this process, we should not have this issue going forward because we're going to know the process. Shot Put and Tour of Lawrence have both come to the city in previous years, several years, and Bob's here and could answer that, and has been told to come to the city for their gap funding, for lack of a better word. And so I did instruct them to go through this grant program because I was trying to limit those out-of-cycle requests. So that is where that came from.
Okay. Other questions? Okay, thanks, Megan. Porter, did you have anything additional? Okay,
Just here to back up Megan and answer questions if needed.
okay. No other questions? Megan, thank you very much.
And like I said, I really hope that after you have your deliberations tonight, I hope you give the advisory board direction to come back to you. There's a lot of things they want to talk about and make it better for the next cycle.
Okay. Thank you. Public comment on this item? Any public comment? It's hard to believe. You must have did a really good job, I told you. Okay,
That would be one perspective.
back to the commission. Comments?
Well, I want to take a quick minute. I know we have, I think, most all of the advisory board here tonight. For those in the community that don't know, our advisory board was made up in essentially perfect thirds. We had a third of our board represented as city staff or city commission, as I played the role. We had a third of our board made up as members of the public appointed by the mayor, and a third of our board made up by hotel operators, which if while there are things tonight that may be criticized in the way we operated, I think that's one thing we absolutely did right, is the makeup of that board. We made sure that hotel operators had a seat at the table, as they absolutely deserve, given that this money is being generated by them with the taxes upon their guests. We made sure that the community had a seat at the table, as it absolutely should, as these are the people that are supporting these events. And then, of course, the city had a place at the table, since we have to make these changes on a legislative level. I just want to take a minute and appreciate those individuals that took part in this. It was a wholly uncomfortable process. We sat with our backs to a bunch of people while we made judgments about them. It was not particularly a fun experience, I'll be honest with you, so thanks for putting me on that, Mike. But at the end of the day, like I said, I want to reiterate that the process from where I sat was fair to all who applied. Some people certainly left angry because, they did not receive the funds they requested or any funds at all, but that's going to be the nature of the activity when we have more requests than we have money. And I think the process we did, I'll stand by it, so.
Well, I'm satisfied with the corrected calculation, and if you ever want to have your heart bleed, go to the Social Services Advisory Board and watch them narrow down like $1 million in requests to $400 and some odd $1,000. And so I totally get that. It is a difficult position to be in, even when you're just in the audience. So I certainly appreciate all of the people that put on these events. Yeah, it's hard the first year when you have a pilot program banging out the process, but I appreciate the recalculation.
What else?
I really appreciate Megan pointing out that the budgets for this equal about $1.8 million. It's being spent just to put these efforts on, and so those who put these on, just really thank you for bringing that type of business to Lawrence as far as the economic development. Thank you.
I'd like to thank the folks that put these events on, and the people who served on this board. Matthew, I really appreciate you working on this, and I'm really interested in making progress in this process. I'll be very interested in what we can do going forward to make this process better. And I really appreciate not getting these out-of-cycle budget requests. I understand that there'll be some, but the goal is, I think, a good one, to allocate this money as we go through this process rather than bit by bit at our weekly meetings over the year.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, I've got to thank everybody who agreed to serve on the committee that, I had the opportunity to appoint. Anytime that you, the mayor calls and asks you if you'd serve on something and say yes, and you didn't realize all the fun you were going to have by being able to do this.
That's weird. I don't remember you calling me.
Yeah, you just stood up and I said, "There's your guy." But no, it's tough because you realize there's not the whole amount of money to go around, and you still got to make the decision. So, one of the things is I got to thank all the folks that applied and the great job that you do in bringing so many people to the town. I thank our hotel folks, and just everything that you provide for guests that we have come to the community. I mean, that's great, so that they can leave and say that they had a good time while that they were here. So anyway, I think the process works, and Matt, I appreciate you telling us how the process did work and that it was administered fairly. I think that speaks volumes. So as we look at this tonight, being able to concur with the recommendation of the advisory board is an easy deal because of the work that you all did. So if there are no other questions or comments, Megan, in addition to concurring with the advisory board's recommendation, do you need specific direction on where we go from here or what we direct the board to do?
Well, as we pointed out several times through this process, obviously the final funding allocations are your responsibility. So I guess I would ask that you approve the funding allocation so we can start the process of actually securing funding agreements and things like that. If you as a board, as a commission are in agreement with the things that we felt like were process and policy concerns, what I'd like to do is get the group back together in May, June timeframe, talk through it, and come back to you with some changes. If you proceed with the revised funding allocations, I think that it leaves a little money in the program for the remainder of the year. I don't know if I mentioned this earlier, but the board did try really hard to keep a 10% reserve, and then as they realized that money was dwindling, they went ahead and spent it all. So that would provide you with a little bit of money. It's really your call on what you want to do with the funding. Shot put occurs in about 3.5 weeks, if I remember correctly, April 22nd. Tour of Lawrence is a summer event, and Free State Festival is a summer event as well. So I think they'd all appreciate at least knowing their funding allocations.
Okay.
What would the reserve normally be used for in something like this, if you kept it as a reserve?
Well, the intent of and Matthew can speak to this just as well, but the intent was to keep a 10% reserve so that if there were any events that came up in between now and the end of the year that were good for the goals of this program, they could come back to you with a smaller cycle. So that's what they could be used for. The other thing is that, again, we have that policy question as to if you include grant money in the 2017 budget, I think the board would really like to know if you would encourage them to start allocating some of those funds in the fall cycle for this year. That was kind of the intent once they had thought they had spent all the 150, is they wanted to come back and have some talk about that for the funders that may be coming for 2017 events.
So were you anticipating you only meet twice a year, and that's just for funding allocations for the kind of biannual deadlines?
We anticipated 2 funding cycles. I wouldn't say 2 meetings a year. I promised the committee that we wouldn't take a ton of their time, but obviously we have some work to do on process and making sure that we're okay with that moving forward. So once I think we get the process nailed down, I anticipate about 4 meetings a year of the advisory board. One where they get to receive brief presentations, maybe from those who are asking for funding, and then a date for actual deliberations and recommendations to the city commission twice a year, two times a year.
It would be in spring and fall, something like that.
I think I had like a March and a September cycle in the original application.
Did you need guidance for us on how we value the in-kind services provided by the city to these events?
That is one of the things we're going to come back to you on.
Okay.
And like I said, it really has a lot to do with public works and public safety.
Yeah.
And, like I said, there are some events who don't need that support, but there are some that do. And some events know kind of the value of that, and they included that as in their in-kind match, and we didn't feel like that was fair because some don't know the value of that, nor do they necessarily need it.
That was the difficulty we faced, was it creates an unfair situation when dealing with applications of events that have already existed and already happened.
Yeah.
And we can go back to Free State Fest last year, and we can know the exact cost of barricades, and we can know the exact cost of policing.
Okay.
Whereas with a live on mass application that has never happened, it's all hypothetical, and that makes for, frankly, an unequal comparison.
I think it's hard to do an apples-to-apples comparison on those.
Absolutely.
We should be really concerned with the cash out for the program and then deal with these other things. That's my take on it.
And I also felt, I know that from the very outset of this meeting, when we met I think February 18th was the date, with potential funders to talk about the application. That was one of the very first questions that somebody asked, and they said, do you mean that we may be having to write a grant for police and fire and public works? Does that need to be included in our grant? Because we could be writing a grant only for public safety and public works. So we want to get that answered for them, because I think, you have to make that determination, or maybe the advisory board has to make that determination. There's a definition of kind of what a community event is and what we support as a community.
Another conversation we had was with use of funds. There were a lot of issues that came up at that meeting. Every applicant had to place on their application how the money would be used. And one of the things, in talking with several hotel operators, not just ones that served on the board with me, but some additional hotel operators that kept coming up, was they like to see the funds being put towards advertising and things that can specifically target more people to bring them in. I mean, ultimately, events that occur with a population that's already going to be there, kind of a contained population, doesn't really benefit hotels in any way, whereas events that can bring in people that otherwise would not have been there obviously do. And so any marketing you can do with city money can, in theory, come back to benefit the city. So there was that was one of the things that came up. Several of the applications, there was quite a bit of debate because of the way the monies were being used was not necessarily for marketing purposes. So that's something to look, I think, as a board member to look at in the future is, do we want to put restrictions on the ways in which the monies are to be used? Which, to be perfectly honest with you, from my perspective, is almost more important than putting parameters, a 25% parameters, or, a seemingly arbitrary number as to say, well, only 25% of your funding can come from the city. I think it's more appropriate to look at parameters that look at how the money is used and not necessarily the ratio of money city to private donor.
So then the goal that's going to happen right now is that you have identified, these items before us, and that you're going to go back as a committee, going to meet farther, and will those recommendations then come back to the city commission for final approval and adoption?
Yes, before the second cycle, we would have kind of a revised application, revised process for you.
Then I would suggest that we go ahead with the revised, recommendation that we have tonight, and expect, the recommendation back from the advisory board, in the near future about how, they're going to make the process better and get our approval on that. So,
Mike, one thing I would caution us from doing is if we adopt the revised numbers tonight, we effectively are doing two things that concern me. First of all, we are leaving money on the table, essentially, when you have groups that were unfunded, who sat in a room, listened to the priorities we laid out, and ultimately did not receive funds. Meanwhile, here we are saying, well, we decided to, by only giving the Arts Center half of what they asked for, we're just going to set this money back on the table without serving a purpose. And in effect, that makes that money useless for the original purpose that we set this whole program up for. I realize that as we look at the process, we find mistakes and things we could do better. But my personal recommendation, having sat in the room, having listened to individual hotel operators as well as individuals from the public, as well as individuals from city, as they laid out their priorities for what programs they thought were the best, we chose to fund those that were the best. We chose not to fund those that made the bottom of the list. My recommendation would be that we go with the original funding that we recommended that day we sat in this room.
And not worry too much about the 25%.
And not worry about this arbitrary number that we placed on it 4 months before the meeting happened.
You have a certain amount of sweat equity. So.
There was a lot of sweating.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean,
walking to my car.
You were in the room. If that's what you think we ought to do,
that's my recommendation.
I tend to say, Matthew, appreciate the work.
I mean, because we're talking about Tour of Lawrence for one thing. That was the #1 priority, and we would effectively take money from it.
What I'd like to see would be that we take a look at the policy as well.
Yeah, no, for sure. That's why I opened my statement was this was not a perfect process.
Yeah.
I wouldn't, but I will own the process because it was a fair process. All applicants were treated equally.
Okay, so the original advisory board funding recommendation takes the balance to 0,
Correct.
and that doesn't take into consideration the 25% cap.
It does take into consideration the cap.
90% of them definitely fall underneath the 25% cap.
Yeah, and it falls within the 25% cap that we use that day.
Okay.
Yes.
That's what I did. Okay, got it. The original 25%. Got it. Okay, feelings on that?
Well, the double dipping, to me, is the basis of being more fair. And I brought that up when we approved this a while ago. I don't think it's fair that some people are allowed to come repeatedly and to get money from different pots that City Hall has, you might say. I have a little issue with the 25% in a different way, only because I think that's not fair to smaller events. You know, when you have, say, a $4,000 event.
I would disagree with that on the basis that the number 2 priority we had was Art in the Park, and that was $1,200, I believe.
I'm speaking generally now.
Okay.
So I think I think they needed to be weighted a little differently besides the 25%. I was actually starting to agree with you a little bit on that. Versus someone that 25% of their, project is $40,000. I don't think that's fair at all. So it needs to be weighted somehow differently.
That is definitely one of the things that I've already started, and Porter has a lot of grant experience too. That's one of the things that we want to do. We did a facilitation kind of to understand what are the things that kind of rose to the top. But I will tell you, there was also a point where one of the advisory board members said, do you realize you're about ready to not provide fireworks and the old-fashioned Christmas parade? And we had to kind of go back and think about that, because there should be some weighting on those events too that we've, historically as a community gotten behind. And so those are already things that we're thinking about and are in agreement. And I do honestly think that if you create a process like this year is going to be the challenge. And you're gonna know the process that we go forward, and I don't think you're gonna have this issue in 2017 if we stick to the process.
So the old-fashioned Christmas parade, was it not funded at all?
No, it was funded at
the last one.
$8,000. They asked 10. I think they asked for 10, and they got 8.
And Vice Mayor, that was one of the items that some of the discussion revolved around the use of the money. Because as I recall, and I hate to, I hope I'm not lying here, you've got the applications in front of you, but as I recall, none of the funds were for marketing. Is that right? I think it was for, I really hope I didn't just lie about that, but I recall that conversation, and that was one of the reasons why it got put towards the end. And ultimately, they were not given what they requested, but they were given the amount that they have historically received. And so it was on par with previous commission offerings, but certainly not what they had requested.
Well, what I would prefer to see is that this remaining money that I guess we would call your reserve now after the revised calculations, see that to go to other festivals, events, I guess is a better word for it. You're just splitting the money to more people now.
They did have marketing, Matthew.
Okay, man, I might be on the wrong one then. I'm sorry.
Sorry. Again, it's really your purview and what you guys decide on funding.
I'd like to see the committee meet again and just decide where to put that extra money from the revised calculation.
We actually have a recommendation from the advisory board, Vice Mayor. And then after the 25%, the change 25%, that's where we got the revised number, is that right?
Well, we did not meet as an advisory board, though.
Oh, okay.
No, that's just staff
So
doing the
That's staff, yeah.
calculation.
The
and-
only recommendation
The
you have
advisory
from...
board's recommendation is the
Correct.
advisory board's
Correct.
recommendation, okay.
The revised was from yesterday.
And so the recommendation from the advisory board, which would include the downtown men's shot put and the tour of Lawrence, which were a couple of the extremely popular events, couldn't be funded because all of the other things going on. 25%.
Right, so, I mean, with respect to the advisory board members and the effort they put in, effectively, if you adopt the revised budget as opposed to the one we submitted, you're taking the number one priority and you're killing it, which to me doesn't speak to at all.
But
what
we're
the-
already funding 25% of it, so you can't say that we're killing it or defunding it, because we already are funding it. You can't say that.
I didn't say you're killing the activity. I said you're killing the original true recommendation of that board.
Because it didn't take into account the 25%.
It took into account the same parameters we used for every applicant that day.
I think there was a different interpretation when the committee took a look at the policy. So when the staff took it up, I think the literal interpretation suggests that the 3 needed to be modified, and that's how this occurred.
Okay.
So next year, we wouldn't have that problem. 'cause
Right.
we'd have-
No, if you follow the literal interpretation next year, you shouldn't have that same issue.
Yeah, I mean, I think you adjust for future years to fix it. I don't know that you change the rules of the game after the score's been kept.
Well, that was the problem I had, is that the rules were not clarified before you guys met. That's the issue here.
But I'd say they did a pretty good job of.
They did a great job.
Of
This
being
is
able
nothing against them.
to be able to meet the intent, it was set forth, so.
Yep. But the double dipping is extremely important to me in terms of fairness. And I just want to clarify again, these are events that are being funded by the city in some way. This isn't a decision to zero fund anybody. And that's why I think this, from the revised calculations that take into account 25%, that perhaps you could go back and fund other events that were knocked off the list, that are not receiving any city money. I think actually that, to me, is more fair use, but I could be outvoted.
I don't want to interrupt you by any means, but one of the first conversations I'm going to have with the new CVB director is about budget and how they budget for special events and things like that. And it may be that in the future, they fully fund through their budget these type of events so that they're not even a question in this. And so, again, that's a clarification that I really needed, or I need from you guys, that, they are a separate 501c6, but since they're funded through the transient guest tax program, it's kind of it's a little bit of an anomaly, but we can fix that in the future.
Okay, so Commissioner Herbert, if I read this right, are the only requests that we're talking about here are the men's shot put, the tour of Lawrence, and the difference between the 15,000 and the 7,300 to the Free State Festival? Are those the projects? that I
Correct.
see?
Those are the 3 that had adjustments made in the second staff memo.
Yes.
Okay. And Vice Mayor, your suggestion is that they all receive other funds from the city to call it a double dip.
Right.
But based on the recommendation of the advisory board that they met all of the criteria that they had laid down, that was laid out for them to make a decision, recommendation on.
Right.
So the advisory board did their job.
Yes, they did.
Okay.
This is nothing against them.
Not at all. Okay. Well, Commissioner Herbert makes a very strong case because, we have 3 extremely popular events that bring lots of folks to town and lots of guests. And I think if that is the intent, that's probably where we need to be heading. Okay.
So this policy will be fixed in time before the fall.
Before the fall deal.
Yeah, and you will also have gone through the budget cycle. You will have seen the CVB's 2017 proposed budget by that point in time as well, because that has to happen with your budget deliberations in June and July.
And you're going to find a way to weight the smaller ones.
Yeah, I think Porter and I need to sit down and really review some ways to do some sort of matrix scoring for the events. Yes.
I will go along with it this time, but if this happens again in the fall, I will vote no.
Can you put back up the original list of the people we're funding? Because I do want to, and I totally understand what you're saying, but I do want to point out that some of the top priorities were very, very small asks. This was not a situation where the people who asked for the biggest money came first. Art in the Park, I think, was I can't read that from here, but
I'm sorry.
you can read it for me. Art in the Park was like a $1,200 ask or something.
Art in the Park was $1,800, and they
18.
received $1,854.
And then the Watkins ask was
$1,800.
$1,800. I mean, there were quite a few of them that were, these are not international conferences, but from what I saw, from the 6 individuals on the board, it didn't matter. The ultimate objective was what are events that we want to maintain in our city that can bring people in, that can spur activity, that can spur heads and beds. And so, like I said, Art in the Park was the #2 priority that day, and that was an $1,800 ask. So I think it was fair in terms of sort of your big fish and your little fish.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. So, Matthew, it's your recommendation, and Vice Mayor, I appreciate the comments that you bring up, and I appreciate your willingness to go along with us, and with the understanding that we will correct this during the season before the next funding cycle begins. Your recommendation is to authorize and approve the original advisory board's recommendations, correct?
Correct.
As outlined in the staff memo. Any comments or questions on that? Additional comments or questions? Okay. Then if not, I would entertain a motion to approve the Transient Guest Tax Advisory Board's recommendations, oh, I'm sorry. Additional public comment? And nobody came forward. Okay. Where was I? I would entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'd make a motion to approve the original request, which makes use of all $150,000.
Second.
This job must be getting harder than I think.
A motion made by Commissioner Herbert, second by Commissioner Bowling, to approve the original Transient Guest Tax Advisory Board recommendation for the 2016 funding and authorize the city manager to execute the grant agreements with the grant recipients. All in favor of that motion, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? It passes 5-0. Thank you again for all your hard work, everybody. Okay. We'll take about a 5-minute break real quick, okay? I should.
Yes.
I do realize we don't. Well, I'll tell you later.
Out of more pain and misery.
You guys ready? Okay, we are back in session. Next item on the agenda is to consider the following items related to the Sales Tax Reserve Fund. And the first is discussion of the Sales Tax Reserve Fund. Brian is here. Hi, Brian. Brian, the floor is yours.
Thank you. The city staff have been asked numerous times over this last budget year to bring forward some item of discussion for the sales, what the staff refers to, and what's commonly known as the Sales Tax Reserve Fund. Mainly the top three questions that has come around. One, is this a reserve fund or is this a special revenue fund? Two, whether or not this fund should be a budgeted fund as a state adopted budget or part of the city operational budget. And three, what ultimately can be spent out of this fund. The fund primarily, or the fund is funded from the city portion of the countywide sales tax. The countywide sales tax in question was passed in 1994. I included the ballot language in my memo. I can read that if you're interested, or I'm sure it's going to be discussed at length, possibly in the future. But I'll go ahead and read it real quick. City sales tax, or should the city use of the countywide sales tax be used for the development and operation of parks and recreation facilities and programs, including the acquisition of property, attendant improvements, related costs pursuant to the City of Lawrence adopted comprehensive plan for parks and recreation. Two, the acquisition, construction, improvement of facilities for the Burton Ash Mental Health Center, Douglas County Visiting Nurses Association, and the Lawrence Douglas County Health Department, and attendant improvements and costs. And the reduction of ad valorem property tax levies as established and determined by the City of Lawrence. So since 94, when this was established, historically the way that the funds have been divided up and used by the city. First of all, in 2015, the city received approximately $10.5 million in their share of the countywide sales tax. Using, again, historically and from previous governing body direction, the first part of that we take in 2015, 2.23 million of that was put into the recreation fund. Recreation fund in the past had been a property tax supported fund. That property tax supported half the program costs, and the other half of the programs within that fund was paid for out of user fees. So basically subsidizing the aquatic centers and also subsidizing some of our operations in the recreation field. The next part of that is $185,000 in 2015 is paid for community health building maintenance costs, paid for out of the general fund. And so that portion of it stays in the general fund. And then additional 4.3 million, or 4.4, was used to represent what 5 mills would represent in property tax. So that, out of that 10.5 million, 4.4 million basically stays into the general fund to represent that 5 mills. There's an additional $381,000 that represents the motor vehicle portion of a property tax. So when we lowered property tax, the mill levy equation and property tax, you also lower the motor vehicle tax. And so that $361,000 also stays in there. There were several other expenditures that impacted the fund for this coming year. Just again, get an idea, the flavor of what this fund's used for. $239,000 was for the approval of the Emerald Ash Borer program. And then there's $100,000 out of these amounts that are transferred in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund in 2016. So as we go through that calculation, what we end up with is an amount that then is placed into what we've referred to as a sales tax reserve fund. And in 2015, that amount was approximately $2.9 million. So, and historically, this fund, again, it's been called the reserve fund. I'm not really exactly sure the reasoning behind the terminology behind it, but historically has been used for mostly park and rec activities. Again, going back to what staff and previous governing body was referring to in the 94 election, or the 94 ballot initiative. And I also had attached the ballot language and a lot of the literature that went into advertising, I guess, I'm not sure the right term for it, educating the public on what the funds would be used for. And you'll see most of it refers directly to those three items that were in the language: the mental health and health facility, the programs for the park and rec, and then the reduction of the 5 mills. So the previous adjustments that I was talking to that address the 5 mills portion that's stayed in the general fund. Out of the sales tax reserve fund, we do make debt service payments for the community health facility debt payment of $906,000. That comes out of there. And also the Eagle Bend Golf Course debt payment is also. Now, those payments are dropping off in 2016. However, in 2014, the city issued debt for the Sports Pavilion Lawrence. That amount went into effect, started making debt payments in 2015, and will continue on for 20 years. The structure of the Sports Pavilion Lawrence took into account that the Eagle Bend Golf Course and the health facility debt payments were going to drop off. And so the Sports Pavilion Lawrence payments then basically come up and take that capacity, if you will, out of that fund. There's also a few other park debt payments of $60,000 that's going to last for another 5 years. There were various parks issued several years ago. So out of that, in 2015, we actually expended more out of that than actually came in by about $691,000. And in 2016, we anticipate spending $1.1 million more out of that fund. Again, mostly because the Sports Pavilion Lawrence debt payments are taking place in 15 and 16, the same time that those other debt service. Again, that was part of the plan, if you will, that was brought forward when that debt was issued. I included the projection that staff uses and has been shown to the commission every year through the budget process. And I know we have the discussion, I'll get to in just a second, about whether or not this is a legally adopted budget or a spending plan, if you will, that hasn't gone through the state legal budget adoption. The first part of this spreadsheet, and it's a little busy, but basically this goes through the calculations of how we come up with how much money goes into the reserve fund. So here's the ad valorem, how much goes over to the general fund, how much goes to the recreation fund. So when we get down to the end, or the beginning of basically the revenues, here's the money that comes into the fund. Again, estimated in 2016 at $2.7 million. Here's the expenditures that I just reviewed. The park and rec maintenance expenditures, the Emerald Ash Borer program, and then also a CIP park and rec line item, if you will. And then here's the debt service payments down here, and you can see it goes into a deficit, or it's planned to go into the deficit of $1.2 million, remaining with a $2.5 million fund balance in here. Now, starting in 2017 on, we anticipate, with no other expenditure identified for this fund, that there'll be a surplus each year of between $500,000 and $600,000. Again, based on prior history, we've gone in and looked at the use of this fund. And in all cases, the staff does come to the governing body and talks about these items. So when the debt payment came up, this was discussed that would be funded out of here. When the CIP or the Park and Rec maintenance, as we have a lineup or a agenda item after this, it's taken out of here. Now, I think in some of the discussions I've had with some of the governing body is it does come to the commission once during the budget time, but not presented as a budget, but as a plan. And then it comes somewhat in piecemeal. As something comes up, then we bring it back up and say, we have money available or capacity out of this fund. We recommend we take this expenditure out of this fund. So I do know there's quite a bit of interest, or there's been interest in making this part of our overall operational budget. And as a staff, and I know talking with new city manager, that kind of goes into the way that our backgrounds have been, that we've come into cities, that we do want to put as many funds as possible into the operational discussion of the city. And so we totally intend, starting in 2017, to make this part of the budget process. Again, we feel, looking back on it, that it has been discussed during the budget process. Governing body was made aware of the spending plan each year, but we don't see any harm. In fact, if anything, the full disclosure and transparency, the more the better. We feel that this will just help in that process. And so we do anticipate this coming forward as part of the 2017 budget process to bring this fund, as with all of our other governmental type funds, to the governing body to talk about the overall spending plan for the city, operational. Now, I will say, we do have a state-adopted budget that may not include all of our funds. And so basically, we'll have an operational budget, and then we'll have something that reconciles down to, here's what actually has to be certified at the state. But overall, so I think that first question or second question on there that I brought up originally was, is this a budgeted fund? Staff will be coming to you as part of the 2017 budget saying, yeah, we'll include this in our operational budget. So I don't believe that really is should be something. Now, the governing body has a feeling either way. Obviously, we want to take that input, and during the budget process, we'll talk about all of our funds and what should be in and what should be out. But we'll bring you what we feel is a good, solid, this encompasses the operational budget plans of the city. The first question on there, whether or not it's a reserve fund or it's a special revenue fund, you're getting into kind of an accounting description of what fund types are. It is a special revenue fund. If you look in our audited financial statements, it shows up as a special revenue fund, a governmental fund. So sometimes you've heard us call it a special revenue fund. Sometimes we'll hear us call it a reserve fund. Reserve fund is just the name of it. The type of fund it is a special revenue fund. Sorry to geek out a little bit on the accounting part of that, but just wanted to make sure that we're saying basically the same thing. Now, I think the third question, and definitely obviously a very much of a policy question then, is the use of the funds in this fund. Now, I mentioned the actual ballot language. It does say governmental purposes to include, but not limited to, those three items. Basically, staff has just been going on what we felt was the intent and what we felt was having the guidance in this. And so there is quite a bit of money allocated for park and rec activities in this fund. If the governing body wishes to change the funding mechanism or the uses of these fundings, we would ask to allow us to go back to this during the 2017 budget and come back with a plan, because again, there's a lot of money being used for some very quite a bit of maintenance in the CIP programs in the CIP. And if those funds were not made available, then we would definitely need to come back to the governing body and say, if this is the money that we want to use out of this fund, here's what we feel are the alternatives. And again, the city manager would bring forward, a budget that would just basically, again, it's the will of the governing body, and we would come back to you on how we felt we would take care of that. I do want to point out, just real quick, there has been other type of funds taken out of this fund. At one point, there were street funds or street expenditures out of here before the transportation sales tax went into effect. So there is historically items that's been taken out of this. It's not park and rec. You also see, I have a line item here that was used this time last year, talking about the future facility payments for a future facility payment, and that basically was a placeholder for possibly the police facility. That was one of the, when I came in, the sales tax had recently fell on the police facility, and that was one of the questions brought to us. How much money could we find out of here to help with a debt service payment for a police facility? So that's why you see that line in there. And I'd be remiss if I didn't kind of talk to. This has been looked at for many different reasons and purposes. So when you get to the governmental reason included but not limited to, those three questions, just let there has been other things taken out of this. I think that's it. Probably not a good idea for me to keep on babbling because who knows. But I'm happy to answer any questions on this.
Well, one thing that I thought of was the fact that one of the original parts of the 1994 ballot language talked about the property tax relief, which that to me seems like a direct connection to affordable housing. I don't see affordable housing, if we start funding things out of it now, that falls in the category of general governmental. I actually see the property tax relief as just part of affordable housing, and we're just kind of continuing that.
I wasn't here when we set our priorities. The commission set their priorities back, I think, last fall or when they did. And one of those priorities is affordable housing. I agree with the priorities, by the way, 100%. And I think affordable housing goes to both economic development as well as public safety and even mental health. So that's also on our goals, the city commission goals. So for us to find a way to find a revenue stream for affordable housing, I think it's extremely important, and it meets several of our goals. So I would like to see staff come up with a way to find a funding stream for that. But I also believe 100% that Parks and Rec is one of our core duties also, and it's extremely important to this community, and it should be. And by law, they have a portion, they are owed a portion of that sales tax revenue fund. And it's the right thing to do to make sure that they receive some of the funding. But I still would like to see us come up with a way to address our priorities as a commission. And I'd like to see staff do that.
Excuse me, but as somebody who helped with trying to get this passed in 1994, I want to tell you it was very clear that reduction of ad valorem property tax was something that was extremely important as part of this question. If we think we're going to dance around that, I think that we need to be really, really careful of that.
Oh, that's going to stay in there. I didn't mean to make it sound like we're pulling that out.
Okay.
No, that stays.
Let me ask you a couple of questions while we've got Brian standing there. This, as you say, I'm going to geek back at you a little bit on the accounting stuff.
No, you're right.
We've got this classified as a special revenue fund in our audited financial statements. And the definition is an account that's established to collect money that must be used for a specific project. In 2016 and future years, what are the specific projects for which the ballot language requires that this money be used?
Well, again, I think it's an interpretation of what the governing body feels that the ballot language says. The special revenue, again, I put that definition on there, is a way, a special revenue fund is a way for a government agency to set a place that citizens can go to and say, what are those dollars being used for? It can be pulled out and looked at with more scrutiny. Well, and that's why that would be deferred or referred to as a special revenue.
What I'm getting to here is if we can contrast this with the infrastructure sales tax. There's a fixed rate on the infrastructure sales tax. There's a fixed term. There are fixed uses. And there's a sales tax audit committee to make sure that the expenditures that we use that money for are as envisioned in that ballot language. For this sales tax, there's a fixed rate, there's an open end, there's no, it's been around 22 years and it's going to keep going. This was built to last. So there's a fixed rate, there's an open end to it, there's general governmental purposes are what are required, and there's no sales tax audit committee because there's nothing to audit because it's general governmental purposes. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Brian.
I'm not an attorney, I'm not going to interpret
Well, I mean, Tony,
that
I mean,
language.
help me out. I mean, because this is really important, I think, to our understanding of what this tax is.
Please.
Tom?
Tom, go ahead.
Legal counsel can go first.
I would say that there is a distinction between the special sales taxes that were passed in 2008 and the general tax. They were passed, there is a general sales tax that is recognized by law, and then there are special sales taxes. The one in 2008, you're correct, is a special sales tax. It is for a limited number of term for the 10-year period, and we do have an audit team that reviews the expenditures. The audit committee was not required by statute. It was something that the commission felt would give the voters greater comfort that the reasons that the funding from that sales tax was compliant with what the voters had passed. So I just want to make sure that you understand that the 1994 sales tax is a general sales tax, not a special sales tax, and so there are some differences in it that you've pointed out.
Okay, so it's a general sales tax, but we're putting it in a special revenue fund. Okay. Well, I mean, we don't want to geek out too much. I just want to make sure that we understand that there are some differences. Tom?
Yeah, I think I just weigh in. When these issues come about and the ballot language typically gets described, it gets described somewhat general and somewhat specific. It gets described generally so that, it's a long-term issue, right? So that you have some flexibility. But it gets described specifically because you want to get it approved, right? And you have to sell those things. I think in terms of the millage reduction, the past practice on that would suggest that can't necessarily, I don't think, just be substituted for affordable housing.
Yeah, I
But
don't want to take that away.
But I think what you could do, if you go back to what Brian said, and you listen to the language, it says, but not limited to, or something in the preamble of the language that gives you some flexibility. Having said that, this whole affordable housing issue is, it was discussed during my interviews, and the big challenge is to try and figure out what a revenue stream is to support this. So when you give direction to the staff, the management, to go back when we prepare this budget, and you tell us to take a look at this, we'll take a hard look at this. But when we had a discussion with Justice Matters, one of the things I said to them was, you don't necessarily want to just be talking about affordable housing 10 years from now. You want to get started, you want to build into that. And my question to them was, are there enough organizations in the community right now that have the capacity to take on $3 million? So what I would say to you is that if we're going to go into this fund and we're going to start allocating or considering that allocation, you don't start at the full load. You start building into that, build the capacity, get them some wins with affordable housing, and I think that will help. I think that will get you where you want to go. And at the same time, I think you have to give us direction that we need to come back to you with other alternatives so that we do create a stream. you know, when we talked again during the interview process, we talked about different methods and how to go about that in scattered site and all of those good things, I think, that make affordable housing fit into a community. So at this point, I think there is some flexibility to do some of these things here, but I would start very carefully, very slowly, build some success. I would heed the words of the mayor. He was around when this thing was put together, and I think you have to stay somewhat close to what the parameters were that were used for selling. But I think there was built-in flexibility at the same time at that point. So if you don't take too divergent of a path to start with, I think you'll find that the community will be receptive to that, and you can start to build in there, and maybe we can find during that process some other alternative sources to make this all work better.
I do just want to go on record clarifying, do not want to take away the 5 mills. It is not anything I'm interested in doing. What I was saying was more that the property tax relief points to a spirit of affordable housing. And so adding affordable housing to the mix, I think, is still within the spirit of the 94 ballot.
I apologize, I misunderstood.
No, it is very good to clarify that.
Like I say, as somebody who helped carry it, I feel very strongly about
Yeah,
that. So,
I'm
anyway.
saying that I don't
Oh,
think
I know.
affordable housing is general governmental. I think it's still clearly within the spirit of this.
Okay. Other questions of Brian?
I'm
Question?
really glad that it's going to be budgeted for 2017. I think that's really important. I'm looking forward to that, instead of getting things piecemeal.
Brian, question on that. As we look at budgeting this, and I think that that's exactly where that discussion needs to take place is through the regular budget process, and just so that we have all the necessary discussion at that time as we look at all the programs that we do. You know, when I look at like Parks and Rec and I look at the items the next items that we have on the agenda, how do you budget for an HVAC system that I mean, I don't know when they break?
Yeah. Well, first of all, you plan that something's going to break. We have so many facilities.
Right.
We know that something's going to break. It's just a matter of the amount and scope. You know, for instance, you know, if you notice one of our elevators, we've got to come up with funds for that. But my hope is we'll get to a point, and Lawrence doesn't really have this in place yet, in that we have a really good, we tie like the depreciation of our assets. And again, I'm going to geek out a little bit, but we know that when we build a new building, Sports Pavilion Lawrence is a good example, that we know historically over time we've got great facilities people, we have great engineers that can get to a pretty good point. An estimate of this is what's going to break down when, or at least this is the amount would be. And so our goal then as we're budgeting is that we're bringing forward to you not only, again, you know, the vehicles and the personnel expenses and things, but also, just as important, an expenditure line item or a plan that this is how we're going to keep those core services going into the facilities that they have. And so it really is more of a planning process that we need to make sure that, you know, using the techniques that engineers and the facilities people have to come up with what those amounts are and to adequately fund those. So I think the city's done a really good thing here by having, you know, this line item across here is $500,000 for annual maintenance. Now, I'm sure our Park and Rec folks will say that's not nearly enough, especially when you're trying to also maybe take some CIP items out of that. Also, I've seen their list; it's pretty long, but I think it's a great start, and it's something. And I applaud, you know, the thought process behind that. And our utilities department does something similar. But my hope is when we get into the CIP and our overall budgeting process that we're putting plans in place to take care of this. It says, oh, here's what this is, and this is what we think we need in order to keep these facilities going. So I'm not sure if I didn't answer the question. I don't know. a black ball or.
I won't geek out, but what I'll tell you is, you can calculate useful lives of a lot of this equipment, and you can start to establish reserves, and this stuff doesn't all, follow a useful life pattern, but if you have some reserves, then you can use that reserve then to fund those things as they come about. Right now, we're in a situation where these elevators out here, a $200,000 bill to fix them, and you're going to see that. It's out of budget cycle. It's one of those things that wasn't necessarily anticipated. Do we have the funds available to do that? Probably. If they aren't in some reserve fund, they're going to probably come out of, balance or contingency, whatever is available to do that. But obviously, for all sorts of reasons, you have to have those elevators running, so.
One question.
Please.
The spreadsheet that you gave us, this little spreadsheet, which has all the countywide sales tax plan on it, the bottom number there is a carry forward number each year.
Correct.
You see that? So is that money, what's that money saved for? Or is that money that could be potentially allocated?
That's money that could be allocated one time. So
One time.
One time.
One time?
Again, just like if you look in 15 and 16, you see that amount goes down because we doubled up on our debt service in that fund. I think that's another thing that we need to be doing coming forward, and like, what is the correct fund balance to have? What's the right balance to have in this fund? That's going to be part of our 2017 process, or budget process. But those are you're seeing fund balance, the actual cash on hand there in that fund.
Because I just did a little real basic math. I can't geek out like you do, I'm sorry.
I shouldn't use that word.
But it looks like even if we would do, this is just a number I'm throwing out, I'm not saying this is what we should do, just 500,000 K to affordable housing based on that imbalance, that it still keeps us throughout the projected years here at about $3 million for a final number at the bottom.
Right, as I said, the line item that says we just basically revenues over expenditures. You'll see that starting in 17, this current plan shows that it's going to be a surplus of close to $600,000, and through the life of it, it's between $500,000 and $600,000. Again, that each year goes into surplus unless there's a program. I anticipate during this budget process, during the CIP process, we might find more projects than what we have in these fund balances. And so I would anticipate during the budget process, whether it's affordable housing, whatever, that $500,000 or $600,000 is probably not going to be there in our plans.
But there is money available based on these bottom.
Absolutely. Based on these revenue projections, they're fairly conservative revenue projections. I believe it's a 2%, although who knows what that's going to be. And then the expenditure, the good thing, the expenditures are pretty set. When you issue debt, you've got a really good idea of what it's going to be. And we do have an amount of money set aside specifically for maintenance and CIP for park and rec items. So,
for projected 2016, for an in-fund balance, we're looking at 2.5 million, it looks like.
Correct.
Is that correct? So
Correct.
Is that money that could be used for this year?
One time.
One time?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if you spent that $2.5 million.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting we do that at all.
Yeah,
I'm just
okay.
saying there is money there on that bottom line. Parks and Rec is getting what they have asked for at least.
Right.
But there's still money left over from that fund.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
But one of the things that we need to know is what are the ramifications of spending that down?
Yep.
Even if it's one time. What effect does it have on the city as a whole?
Well, I think a good example of that is the Emerald Borer. Right now, this only has 1 year of funding on that. And that, when we come back in 2017 budget process, we're going to be asking to continue that annual program. I think it's the next 5 years.
Right.
8 years. Okay, depending on how that works out. This, again, originally, when we first brought that issue to you, we put those funds in here, those expenditures in here, just to show that we did have available money, capacity somewhere to take care of that program. We knew that this program was something that the governing body wanted to take care of. But that's a great example. You take those 8 years, multiply it times $400,000, there's that fund balance. So if you use the $2.5 million now, that's not going to be there for that program.
I understand.
So-
I'm not suggesting we do that at all. I'm just saying there is money there that potentially could be, some of it possibly could be used.
Yeah.
So, Brian, I'm going to go back to the geek thing here. To simplify matters and increase transparency, it looks to me like we could just wrap this money into the general fund and stop using this special revenue account. What, if any, reasons do you see for us to continue with our current practice?
I think transparency. If the governing body would like to show specifically how that money's shown or used in a place we can pick up and look at. Another thing with the special revenue fund is that fund balance does carry forward into each year. So those are two things that I would say that's a reason to keep it in the special revenue fund. Obviously, if you move to the general
But
fund.
we're not putting the $10 million in the special revenue fund.
Correct.
So, when we talk about the $10 million, there's some of it here and there's some of it there. And,
Sure.
And it's hard to track.
Sure. Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
That spreadsheet is not particularly easy to follow. I mean, it might be if you're an accountant, but.
That took me a while.
Yeah, okay.
Definitely.
So I'm just saying, we talk about 10 million here, we talk about 2 million there. I mean, it's hard to put, and I'm just saying, it seems to me like legally we could do that.
Yeah, sure. There's nothing legally saying that these funds would be in the special revenue. In fact, legally, there might even be more of a case that they're all in the general fund.
Yeah.
However, again, I'm just looking back to, I'm the last person to say it, that's the way we've done it. But there's a consistent way. There's something to be said about consistency, that a person can come back and ask, what was that money used for? This goes back and says, historically over the last 22 years, please don't ask me to do that. That will take, well, if the commissioner would do that, I could find that. However, there's a place you go to say, where's those funds at? And that is a little bit more difficult. And I realize the calculations, how we get there.
Yeah.
That's something that we could work on as part of our budgeting.
Well, I'm just saying it's a
documentation about
possibility.
here's how this works out. So
Okay.
I'll use graphs next time.
Really quickly here, this might be kind of the elephant in the room, but Commissioner Boley, I'd read, I think it was your quote in the paper, you talked about our priorities have changed in the last 22 years. People in this community have changed in the last 22 years. So I guess the $1 million question, or the $3 million question becomes, in that we've had this for 22 years, it presumably hasn't been voted upon in 22 years. It's been designed to be a somewhat permanent sales tax. And in my editorialized opinion, I would say that I think sales tax is one of the most regressive forms of taxation we can place upon a community. Do we have at any point any plan to actually put this back before voters, realizing that the people in this community have been here?
First of all, it's a county sales tax.
Yeah, but I mean, do we ever have an opportunity for people to speak on the existence of the 1%?
I think this is a good form.
How are we going to make the payments on Rock Chalk Park? I mean, that's what.
Well, I just think that that's kind of the elephant in the room is that
20 years,
for
man.
22 years we've said, well, here's the reason why we're charging you this 1%. And then there's been no real further discussion.
Well, that's why we're here.
Right.
I do want to say that I agree with Tom regarding the need to go into affordable housing cautiously, build up to it as we go over the years, because we do want to make sure that those who are spending that money are good stewards of that money. and we can, proceed with that with caution, but work towards building it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay. Go ahead.
Trying to think of how
Are we doing public comment?
to word this is Monday in our meeting, I was asking about your experience and Tom's experience with other cities in terms of having, a line item for contingency kind of emergency items. Because of course, the police have equipment that they may get through a grant, but then they have no way to fund, repair, replacement of those items. Is that something that other cities struggle with as well? Is that something that we need to look at adding to our overall budget? And if so, then would it be by department, or would it be an overall line item for all departments? How would that look?
Well, I'll touch on this, but I might turn this over city manager, since he may have some different thoughts and ideas. And I'll just speak to Kansas budgetary. Kansas budgetary is by the fund. Your law is by the fund level, not a department level. And generally speaking, looking at other, either communities I've worked for or communities that I've been a financial advisor for, typically you would see this reserve at a fund level. Generally, you see an operational budget that does not include, for the most part, a fund balance reserve as an expenditure line item. Typically, you would see that as, here's the revenues we believe that's coming in. Here's expenditures, operational expenditures that we believe that it's going to take to meet the goals of the citizens. Now, there might be some reserves in there a little bit, like, gas prices might be this or something. There might be some in there. But generally speaking, then you would see where the city feels that its fund balance should end up, where its ultimate reserves are. And we talked about this, I think, early on when we first started talking about the 2016 budget. Each community needs to make that determination on what they're comfortable with. Typically, a lot of that comes from input from your finance and definitely your city manager about, here's where we really think that the fund balances should be, based on, first of all, our bond ratings. Of course, the reason we want their bond ratings, why they picked what it is because we've gone in and said, we need this much reserve for something economically happens, that let's say the state comes in and exempts a large portion of our sales tax. How long would it take us to recover from that, or how long would it take us to do something? So that's part of how much fund balance we want. And then, of course, something, if an true emergency happens, say a tornado comes through and unfortunately takes out a large retail area. So between those two issues, staff working with the governing body needs to come up with, here's how much reserves and fund balance you'll see, or we think you should have in here. And that's where you see the line items here of fund balances. So I'm anticipating, as we bring forward the 2017 budget, you will see how much staff estimates through our projections what revenue will come into the city, and then what the city manager truly believes is going to take to operate based on your expectations and the goals. And then we'll have, at the end of that, how much fund balance we feel is prudent to have. So I'm not sure if that really answered, but that's your typical, if you go to national government budgeting kind of things, that's what you're looking for and how you budget. You budget first, how much money do we feel that will take care of rainy day or economic development or something that happens unexpectedly, and how much do we need to make those goals? And not just look at it from year to year, but actually look at that over 10 years. So.
Okay.
I'm not sure if city manager has anything to add to that.
Well, the only thing I would say is I think it's a fairly common technique to have an internal service fund. And basically that fund acquires the equipment, takes care of the equipment, it's central garage fund. They charge rent back to each department based on the rolling stock, for example, in each operation. And that includes a cost of the vehicle through amortization, and it includes a maintenance charge. That all gets paid back to the fund. That fund is overseen by one of the departments. The department then manages that fund with an expectancy that there's a certain turnover in rolling stock. There's that extreme, which I think is probably the more sophisticated, probably the better kind of approach to it, because you get a lot of economies of scale in that, versus doing separate line items for, the police department has the need for so many vehicles, and they plug them into each of their line items. I think there's lots of ways to approach that. Again, Brian and I are relatively new. We're looking at the budget. We're trying to figure out ways that we can, I think, streamline some of the processes, at the same time build some efficiencies into that. So there's lots of ways to go about it. I kind of like the internal service fund approach.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we learned about that in Washington, D.C. They talked about that. One thing that I'm really interested, big picture, at getting at with this kinds of contingency emergency funds, whether you decide to do it that way or another way, is that so then you kind of have, the department has more authority to replace those items that they're going to fail because they're mechanical. All mechanical equipment fails at some point. Instead of it always coming back to City Commission as the final decision maker, I don't know if that's crazy to give away that decision authority, or is that something that is more in keeping with what the city manager decides, or?
Yeah, we are looking at your purchasing policy as we speak. I think it's a bit micromanaged at the legislative level.
Yeah.
So I think it needs to be reviewed and refined. And so if you just wait till a piece of equipment is really on its last legs, you're creating some inefficiencies in your actual
that's a
operations of the department.
Yeah.
And so if you schedule those replacements, subtracting the salvage value of the vehicle that's going out and the new one that's coming in, you'll find that I think that's probably a much more efficient way of dealing with equipment. In fact, a lot of places, they kind of look at scheduled years of replacement. Frontline fire equipment is given so many years. It moves to the second line, and after 15 to 17 years, that piece of equipment is pushed out.
Right.
So I think that's a better way to go about it than necessarily just waiting for a major failure to occur.
Yeah, I know with the recession, that was one of the ways that they controlled the budget, was delaying, the replacement of vehicles, of course, and other things, and that's something I want us to get back to.
Yeah. If you set up those funds, and it's like I said with the housing, if you start, you start adding and putting some money aside and being prudent about how you do it, before you know it, you'll have good reserves, you'll be in a much better position, and you won't have to just, slice and dice when the tougher valley parts of the economy occur. You can get through those a lot easier if you planned in advance. But it takes time to get there.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to you two working on it and finding ways to improve it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Public comment on this item. Any public comment?
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Greg Robinson, 3116 Trail Road. Just got a couple of issues of kind of general observations of this, nothing too specific. One of the things Mr. Herbert Darkshiller brought up, I'm glad he did, was basically this thing is in perpetuity. Voters in '94 had the options of deciding what they wanted to do with it, with some general language that then allows future commissions like yourselves to do whatever you want, really, what you decide and interpret a language to be. What we need to do is revisit this, because Mr. Herbert, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Herbert, but you just spoke in Topeka recently about the overreach of Topeka into our business. And by doing this, by taking away our ability to decide for ourselves through our own vote of where we want our money to go, that's the exact basis that Topeka is using to come in and tell you that, no, we get the say, and they want to make that say. So by keeping us in perpetuity and just using it however you want. I'm not saying you're misusing this at all. Don't take it the wrong way. But the thing is that giving them ammunition in Topeka to tell you and take away your authority, because this is one of these taxes that we never get any say about. It's just there, it's taken out of our pockets, and that's the end of it. And then you can do whatever you want with it. And that's why some of those things in Topeka get supported. We're kind of lone wolf out here as Lawrence, but this is the type of things that they can use as examples that we have no control over as taxpayers to stop a runaway commission. And I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying that can be used as ammunition to do that. For example, tonight, and correct me if I'm wrong, I can't remember who brought it up, but somebody said about a revenue stream for a police facility. Did I hear that correctly? To look at this fund?
Right.
Yeah. I would agree. I would argue that this tax in '94 was never a discussion about funding a police station. And in fact, this would be a slap in the face to the last election we just had. If you were to take a regressive sales tax, which you've agreed is a regressive, oppressive type funding mechanism that was rejected by our voters at the last election, and then turn around and use the exact same kind of funding source as the revenue stream. What a slap in the face to the voters and the people who actually turned out to say no. That again is fuel by Topeka to tell you all and restrict your powers so that we have a say in what we do. I don't want that. You don't want that. And I agree with Mr. Herbert when he went up there and said his comments. But again, we have to look at it as a whole. What are we doing? What are our actions versus our words? And this action by continuous as a perpetual tax on the people without any say whatsoever, other than this kind of generic form of, well, I don't really like affordable housing, or I really don't think it should be a police station. But you guys decide. Well, we have no vote. We can't go to the polls and say no. So anyway, that's my general comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Well, I'm Joe Douglas. I live at 2804 Oxford Road, and I was living there in 1994 when I voted for the sales tax. I've been a psychiatrist at Burt Nash for nearly 15 years, but before that I was medical director of the Community Mental Health Center in Topeka. So at the time of the vote in 1994, I really didn't expect that I would get some direct benefit from the vote, but I ended up with a comfortable office in the county health building for quite a number of years now. But I do think that was a wonderful investment, and I think it was the support of health services that I was voting for when I voted for the sales tax, especially the construction of the county health building. I'm not sure today that I would be as willing to vote for a sales tax for exactly why you said. As a homeowner, I think I would rather pay more property tax for a good cause. But at any rate, I think that the fund has done a lot of good over the years, and I'm really pleased that this fund will be directed by you all and by future commissions as part of the general budget process in a thoughtful, prospective way, rather than dealing with items as they come up. And I certainly also certainly agree with the goals that you set for 2016. I mean, that they all are intertwined, and they all are essential for a healthy community, prosperous community. But as from the perspective of community mental health, I particularly am interested in the goals for supportive mental health and affordable housing, and those two really do go together. I'm just constantly reminded in working with clients how stressful it is to be homeless, or to have the threat of becoming homeless, or simply to have inadequate housing and to have to worry day in and day out about how to deal with that. And, it just makes sense that people have only so much time and energy to put into taking care of themselves, taking care of their lives. And it really makes the work that we do, at least at Burt Nash, and I think at the other agencies, it makes us inefficient and ineffective to an extent when the people involved are worried about where they and their children are going to sleep that night. You know, that housing and food have to come first. Mental health is important. Vaccinations are important, and other things are, but food and housing come first. Anyway, I really want to thank you for the wonderful start that you've made both tonight and previously in dealing with affordable housing for our community. And I really hope that you can keep all this in sight when you look at this money in the future. This fund has been contributing roughly $1 million a year to health services in our county, mainly through payment for the county health building but also the maintenance of the building. And that's a lot of money, and that's done a lot of good. And I think it's reasonable that some of that could be continued in some fashion. And I'm sure any of the agencies would have suggestions if you wanted any on how to spend that. But thank you very much for what you do.
Dennis?
Good evening. My name is Dennis Constance. I live at 817 Tennessee. I attend the First United Methodist Church, which is one of 20 congregations partnering with Justice Matters. I serve on our Affordable Housing Steering Committee, and I'm here tonight to speak to you on behalf of Justice Matters. I got to say, I'm glad to hear some of the earlier discussions that have occurred this evening already about affordable housing. I'm glad to hear some of the discussions about the whole budgeting process. And it's an important step in taking this valuable issue and getting it out there into the discussion and solving this problem in the long haul. So we're here tonight to help you chip away at this affordable housing shortage. It's your responsibility as elected officials, and we believe that it is your passion as well, and one of the to lead this city. And one of the primary ways that you do this is through your decisions about how to spend public dollars. Tonight, as you take a look at the Sales Tax Reserve Fund and discuss the priorities of the city at this time, we want to remind you of the results of the 2014 Community Survey. Next to job creation and stability of downtown, quality housing for all income groups was ranked as the most important issue the citizens of Lawrence want to see addressed. Quality housing for all income groups. That is what we want for Lawrence. Justice Matters stated this in our assembly last spring when we brought together 1,700 people of faith. In just a couple of weeks, we will affirm it again when we gather at another assembly at the Lead Center. We will do this because as people of faith, we are compelled to work for a world in which all human beings have what they need to live, and housing is a fundamental human need. But here is what we also know. Investing in affordable housing is not only the right thing to do, it is a smart thing to do. In a report from the Enterprise Community Partners Incorporated, which is a national group that creates and advocates for affordable homes, you can find all kinds of reasons why affordable housing is a good investment. Quote, studies have found that money put into affordable housing produces benefits in the form of jobs, local incomes, sales, increased property values, and property tax revenues. For example, the National Association of Home Builders estimates that every 100 typical tax credit apartments generate, as a direct result of their creation, approximately $7.9 million in local income, $827,000 in taxes, and 122 local jobs within 1 year. Now, on an annual basis, once these projects are in place, on an annually recurring basis, the same development produces $2.4 million in local income, $441,000 in taxes, and 30 local jobs. We think that is a pretty good bang for the people's bucks. And we thank you for all that you do to lead Lawrence.
Thanks, Dennis. Yes,
Good evening, I'm Larissa Chambers, and I live at 1829 Barker Avenue. As a patron of the trails and parks and Free State or Indoor Aquatic Center and Carl Knox Natatorium and all the wonderful trails, I just would like to encourage you to keep this revenue stream in perpetuity to Parks and Recreation because it's, I think, one of the crown jewels of our city. And many people use these facilities and the parks and the trails. And as we know, things are going to break down. Chlorine level machinery and pumps and all of the equipment that it takes to run these beautiful facilities and keep the parks and trails maintained. I would just encourage you to keep that in mind and keep this revenue stream going to Parks and Rec. So thank you.
Thank you. Other public comment? Yes, sir.
My name is Joe Casad, and I live at 1205 Schwartz. I had a whole prepared speech, but I think the discussion has kind of gotten beyond that point at this time. I just had a couple comments. I just want to thank the commission and applaud your efforts to take a very big look at this very important matter. As several speakers have said before, the bond question, the ballot question did not specifically target this money to a specific cause. It is general government purposes, and the funding was not limited to the things in that list. Of course, I think we all appreciate what's done by the Parks and Rec Department. I am concerned, however, although I've used Parks and Rec services all my life, as have my children and my parents, I'm concerned about the appearance that this money is solely the property of Parks and Rec, and that it's going to take what it needs and whatever's left over will go to all these other things. That's not really what the bond says. It's really up to you, our elected officials. You make the choice. You aren't here to rubber stamp a policy from a previous board based on a reading of the ballot text that you can see with your own eyes. As the staff memo states, a major reason for having a special revenue fund is to provide an extra level of accountability and transparency to taxpayers that their tax dollars will go towards an intended purpose. And we discussed this a little bit. It's all fine to have it say it that way, but there is no intended purpose for this other than general government purposes without limitations. The intent of the 1994 ballot question was to make these funds available to you, our elected officials, as you set a course for the city based on today's needs and today's priorities. If you do that, you will indeed be providing the fresh start for city government that you all said you would provide when you came to sit at this honored table where you now find yourselves. Thank you, and God bless Lawrence.
Thanks, Joe. Other public comment? Anyone else? Okay, thank you all. Questions of Brian, Tom, anyone else?
I was just going to follow up that
Please.
there's no action requested or a part of this item that will take whatever input as we go forward in the 2017 budget, or if there's any other action that the governing body deems necessary.
I would suggest that one of the things that we may want to do as a commission is to take this item up early, earlier in the process, as we give direction in building the budget.
Mr. Mayor, I really appreciate your willingness to schedule this discussion for tonight, and we've had it. I'd like to point out, before we just say we're going to worry about 2017, there was $100,000 in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund when we began this year. We added $100,000 with our 2016 budget, and those funds have been expended on a project over on LaSalle Street and what we voted on tonight. So we're essentially done for 2016, and it's not even April yet. So I'd like to send this back to staff and say, hey, let's come up with a plan. I'm not saying we're going to do $3 million. I agree that we need to ease into this, as Mr. Marcus said, but I don't want to leave 9 months and not do anything more on affordable housing. Yeah.
I did want to just add that there is another $75,000 that's going into the trust fund from the 8th in New Hampshire
That's
that we've
correct.
actually received, so.
Okay, so
that
there's
is in addition to
$75,000 that came in, not through these purposes, but with the bond that we voted on earlier, or, in
That are in that
association with that
fund.
project.
So as far as being done.
So, but I mean, we're essentially done for this year, and I don't want to be done this year. I don't want to be done for this year. I want to do some more. So I'd like to send this back to Brian and say, what can we do now, this year? What's reasonable? That's my take on it. I don't want to just wait for 2017 for more money.
So do a mid-year budgeting?
I don't know the technical stuff. You have to rely on you guys. But
Well, I think it would be a good way to at least get this jump started a little bit more. If we could find something or some way to provide additional funding for affordable housing this year. And the project that we did on LaSalle, one thing to remember is we put $100,000 into it, but they actually leveraged to 4-to-1. So they actually turned it into $400,000 through their leverage, and that's a huge return for our money.
One of the things that I think we need to be careful of, and this is just me talking right now, is we look at the same time, and everybody appreciates the concerns that you bring up about not being able to do anything for the next 8 or 9 months. I mean, one of the problems that we have is kind of like the list of things that we're going to vote on here in a little bit.
Right.
What are the expenditures that are going to be necessary to take care of problems that may exist over the same 8 or 9 months? And, I see in this balance, we're talking about some negative numbers there. I get a little bit concerned about that. So what was the statement that spend more than came in just because of the payments, the final payments that we have on the golf course and the health department building. So I don't know. The direction's fine, but I think that we need to take into consideration, at the same time, we're going to be short, maybe look like we're not doing anything in affordable housing for a while. Let's don't create another problem that we can't get out of, at the same time. So, Tom?
We had this discussion again during the interview process, and I think one of the things that I think you can do is when you're working with incentives that involve residential, and quite frankly, we have some of those projects, I think we need to possibly move into a discussion on our incentive policies that I think you wanted to get to eventually too. I think that there's an opportunity there. I'd feel a bit hypocritical to go back and start extracting funds mid-budget year when I made the points I've made about the overhire recommendations. So I think from my perspective, I'd rather focus on the incentivization policies and seeing not just about extracting a donation, but actually including some affordable housing into these projects that have been approved or are in the future will be approved. We put affordable housing into student complexes up in Iowa City. And quite frankly, the developers didn't have any major reservation about those things. And the advantage of it is you're scatter siting it. You're not concentrating it in one single building or one single area. And when you're talking about using incentives, there's a bargaining process that goes on. What's the public good that's being achieved? So in addition to, what I would rather see going into the 17 budget process to make amendments, I think we should move into the discussion about what's the potential in terms of our incentivization policies and what either money can we extract for the fund as a part of that, or actually create units in some of these buildings that are affordable. Again, I think that concentration, as we've seen around the country, I think it creates a stigma about product. And I think that's harmful. And by scattered site, I think it balances the school issue with, FRL distribution and everything else. So I'd rather see us move in that direction in the interim. It doesn't have to be over, Stuart, but I think we can't just focus on one source. I think there's other sources to be looking at the same time.
I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Thank you for making those comments. That's the scattered site in particular. As somebody that spent my whole professional career working in schools, I can tell you that the stigma of the haves and the have-nots is present constantly. And while building affordable housing is vital, I think it's a real missed opportunity when we build affordable housing in areas full of affordable housing. I was real happy to see the LaSalle project go as our pilot project, but at the same point, I had kind of a knot in my throat as I looked up and down LaSalle and had, Shannon Oury tell me, oh, that's a tenant to homeowner house, and that's this type of house, and that's not what we need to be doing. That's not it. We have got to scatter site this, or else we are going to build a situation of haves and have-nots, and we have not solved the problem if that's what we build.
Yep. I'm very much interested in working on that policy as soon as we can. I think that's going to be great. We definitely need one, because in the past, the payment in lieu of taxes, that is arrangements that have been made, I haven't been comfortable with those. So having a policy in place for that, and then just, for instance, 8th in New Hampshire, just having inside of that building permanent affordable housing is something that I think that we really could have went for and achieved. And I feel like that was a missed opportunity. Even though we are getting some money out of it, I think there was a longer term goal we could have achieved. So I definitely feel like that's something I want to work on sooner than later.
Right.
One thing I did want to mention that I always try to remind myself when I see, at the bottom line, giant numbers, that are fund reserve balances, those are projections. It's only March. We can't really forecast out that far what the bottom line really is going to be. Those are just projections. So I think it's something that is really good to perhaps, if we do end up having a really large bottom line, just carrying it over to the next year when we get, our arrangements figured out more. So I don't mind waiting a little bit as long as we're working on policy in the meantime. I think that's really key.
I failed to mention when we talked about fund balances a little bit, but as Brian will tell you, when the rating agencies take a look at a community, that's become more and more important. So you want to keep realistic fund balances, and I think Brian's efforts to create a reasonable fund balance policy will serve us well when we go through the rating. And the rating, obviously translates into better interest rates when we need to borrow money, issue bonds. So I think we have to keep that in mind. It may just be a delay of an expense, but to keep, a reasonable fund balance is really a critical part of how we get reviewed, as a risk in terms of bond issues. So that's critical to us too.
Well, I think as this conversation is developed, it just shows how many pieces to this puzzle there is. It's almost endless, it seems like. And, it seems to me that, under Mr. Marcus's guidance, that we're going to have a really good handle on how to decipher the pieces that are needed that fit the best.
Yeah. I said to a group earlier, we don't want to be talking about this in 20 years. We want to look back and say we actually accomplished something in 20 years from now. So, it's chipping away at it and increasing the chips every year we go about
That's
it.
right.
So.
Thank you.
Okay, so then we'll look forward to the 2017 budget discussion and also the policy suggestions that you'll be bringing forward, and we'll have those discussions also. Okay? Brian, thank you very much. Thanks for everyone for coming this evening on this item. Next item is to consider following purchases from the sales tax reserve. One is
You ready, Mark?
One is to authorize staff to develop specifications, set a bid date for the replacement of an HVAC system unit for the leisure pool at the Lawrence Indoor Aquatic Center.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Mark Ecker. I'm Assistant Director with Parks and Recreation. What we're talking about tonight is we have 3 major HVAC units on the top of the Indoor Aquatic Center. These are pieces of property that no one ever sees usually. If they don't work, we have a major problem. But you can see the picture there is the scope of these things. They're basically the size of this room. There are 3 of them. 1 does the leisure pool and 2 of them do the lap pool. So the one that we're having an issue with right now is the one in the leisure pool, and that's significant because that's the only unit for that room. So if that unit goes down, that room is basically not functional. So what we're asking to do, we had planned to move this into the 2017 CIP, basically funding derby. What we're going to need to do is move it up into 16 and go ahead and get moving on this is what we're requesting tonight. Because if you look at some of these smaller pictures down here, and they mean nothing unless you've crawled inside of an HVAC unit before, but this is the main fan that moves the air. There's actually cracks in the housing here. So that will continue, we hope, through the summer. It may not. The biggest problem we have, these are all just motor housings that are rusted. The bottom of the unit's bad. The biggest problem we have is the cracked heat exchangers. We have 1 heat exchanger that's been tagged out, so in other words, it can't be used anymore because it's cracked and it'll pump carbon monoxide back in the facility. So we're running on 1 heat exchanger. It's important in that facility because we actually heat and cool all year long to control humidity. It's the weirdest probably facility we own because we have a big pond inside of a building. So we have to heat or cool 2 degrees higher than the water temperature. Our current water temperature in our leisure pool is 84 degrees, so we have to keep that building temperature at 86 degrees or we produce rain. So we really push a lot of chlorinated air through these systems. That's why you see them looking so rusted and terrible. And that's why the lifespan of these is much shorter than some of them like at Holcomb or at East Lawrence Center where we're just running a gym. So these are kind of unique units. Honestly, we've known this is coming for probably 2 years. We were hoping we'd get to 2017 and be able to schedule it, but the way we're looking right now, we probably need to do something with it shorter term. Our goal is, if you'll approve it tonight, we'll go do specifications, bid the project. We'll come back to you with the recommended bid, and we hope to start the project in August when we do our normal shutdown. We usually shut down as soon as the kids go back to school. We have a couple weeks there before the swim season starts for the fall. So we'll drain the pools, we do all of our maintenance. What we want to do is try to push this project through in that time period if possible. Questions?
Questions? Okay. Thanks, Mark. Let me ask public comment on this item. Any public comment on setting the specifications and date? Okay.
One other note I might make, you asked about prioritizing projects. This is truly something we do weekly. We have a list of projects that run forever and ever and ever. And when something big like this comes up that's unexpected, basically we'll go into the project list and say, okay, let's take that one off for this year and we'll plug this one in. You can see the list of things we're going to pull off for this year. We'll come back and try to catch them next year. So it's kind of an ongoing process. We have X amount of money and we just spend it as best we can.
Okay. Any other questions or comments of the staff? Okay, let's go ahead and your suggestion is to take action on all 3 at one time? Is that okay? Okay. Okay. So then the next one is to award the bid for the Baldwin Creek Trail Project, R.D. Johnson Excavating, $335,561.55.
This is a project I think you've seen 3 or 4 different times as we went through the grant processes and looking at it. It's basically a project that's funded through the Federal Recreation Trails Program. So they do 80% funding, we do 20%. So that's a pretty advantageous grant proposal. If you recall, this is part of the bigger Lawrence Loop idea that's been kind of been talked around the community quite a bit. This is this segment right here. So you can see the green part is the trail that's already been built. The red parts are trails that are under construction now. So we have the SLT trail, the Bircham River Trail, and then the Baldwin Creek Trail are the 3 we're working on right now. So we're kind of excited to get this to the actual construction stage. We've been working on design and easements over the last probably 8 to 9 months. In this proposal, there's a couple of easement agreements that we need to finalize. And what those did basically was move the existing pedestrian easement that the city had over the top of the utility line and move it to a more advantageous location. that allowed us to stay away from the creek. So this is the new and this is old. So in one instance, we're asking for the easement for the new pedestrian easement. And the other thing we want to do eventually is go in and vacate the old pedestrian easement that went through those properties. So in this one, we're asking for 3 different action items. One is to approve the bid to R.D. Johnson, which will have to fully fund that whole project, and then we'll be reimbursed once the project's done. So I want to make sure that's clear. And then there's a couple of easement items there.
Question on, there's a big difference between the Johnson bid and the second low bid. I mean, a huge difference. Am I missing something here, or?
No, really, honestly.
And I hope Roger didn't, but.
No, R.D. Johnson Excavation has almost been a friend of the parks. I mean, he has worked with us on so many trail projects. I really think he just has it down to where he knows exactly what that's going to cost, where some of the other contractors may be guessing a little bit of what it takes to build that trail. But I would guesstimate he's built 3/4 of the trails in the city. So he's got it down to a science, I think.
Okay, well, I just saw a $175,000 difference.
Yeah.
I just thought, well, okay.
And you know what's great about that? You know, the grant funding was capable of going up to $400,000, so we're well within the grant funding, so.
You really left money on the table.
How close to the Naismith Valley Park Trail would this put us,
To the Naismith Valley, or to the?
To that.
Baldwin Creek, probably.
Well, I mean, I'm talking about the Naismith Valley Trail. I mean, this loop here is just south, directly south, and then also a little east and west from the Naismith Valley, which ends about 29th Street.
Yeah, there's actually a spur that goes out to 31st Street now, and there's a new trail all the way along 31st that goes out to Haskell. So there's a spur that went right past Menards and hooks back to Naismith Valley.
Okay.
So what's cool about that is you could actually ride from far out east and go right up through that valley and get all the way up to KU on our trail system.
Right, yeah.
So that's almost a spur off of the loop.
Okay.
And there's a number of other spurs throughout the city that kind of come into the city. You know, Clinton Parkway is one that's not really shown on there, but it comes all the way into Iowa. So it's really a cool system when we start laying it out on a map and go, wow, there's only 3 or 4 spots we need to fill in.
You know, we've got a pedestrian light there on 27th Street.
Right, yeah. I mean, you can get from like, and I've taken it from 29th essentially up to 23rd with just crossing that push button light at 27th. I have to go back and take another look down there at 29th to see where it goes, because it seemed like it ended to me.
Yeah, it goes through there.
Okay, I just missed it.
The new part that most people don't know about is the part behind Menards.
Okay.
It's into Naismith. The piece out here in Rock Chalk Park is something we've kind of have our eye on for a couple of grant proposals, maybe very short term here in the next month or two. We may be bringing those to you. So we can fill in this little gap out here.
Well, I think you've done a really good job of leveraging on this, getting grants, being pointed on this. This is fantastic.
Thank you.
And the loop's looking really good.
Yeah, and Public Works is a big part of that too. They're leveraging the KDOT end of things, and we kind of work with Wildlife and Parks and the Sunflower Foundation, so we kind of triple team it a little bit.
Okay. Any public comment on this item? Okay. And last but not least is to award a bid to replace the HVAC system at Holcomb Parks Recreation Center to A&H Air Conditioning and Heating for $52,581.24.
This is the item you saw March 1st when we went out for bid. Good price again. We were estimating it's going to be a $70,000 project, so we came in quite a bit under that, which is great. Just a reminder, if we don't do this one, we have no air conditioning in the lobby, meeting rooms, or offices of that facility. So that's why that one's kind of a push item right now. We'll probably start getting complaints in the next month or so. Right now, it's okay.
Mark, I don't mean to go back to the first item, but the first item talks about authorizing staff to set a bid date, and then I looked down at this third item, and it doesn't look like we received a single bid from a Lawrence-based company. Is there any effort to do a little outreach to try to get some localized bids? Because I know A&H is out of Baldwin, and Lippert's out of, where are they out of? Not Lawrence. McElroy's is Topeka. Wilson Group is, again, not Lawrence. I can't recall where they're at, but it doesn't appear we got a local bid at all.
Yes.
Sure would
I'm
be
not
nice.
sure
I mean,
why.
if we're going to
Yeah.
spend, tons and tons of money, it'd be really nice to spend it here.
Yeah, I'm not sure why. I mean, we put them out and we invite all
Yeah.
vendors to bid. I'm not sure. A&H is our contract vendor that they do all of our,
Right.
just kind of smaller stuff. So they're pretty familiar with our facilities.
Okay. Questions on this item? Okay, any public comment on the HVAC system at Holcomb Park? Okay. Back to the commission. Mark, appreciate it.
Sure.
I think we probably ought to do these.
Yeah, it's got to be
Before summer
replaced. I
gets
just
going.
wish we could get some local vendors up there.
Yeah. Great thing to point out, man. Okay, if there's no other questions, I would entertain a motion to authorize the bid and purchase items as recommended by staff.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and second to authorize the bid and purchase items made by Commissioner Larson, second by Commissioner Herbert. There's no other questions or comments. Entertain a motion for all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That passes 5-0. Thank you all. Next item on the agenda is to receive a presentation from Frank Mail, Lawrence Landscape, regarding the interchange at Castle and K10, and consider approving a request for a temporary signal at Castle Drive and East 1200 Road at K10.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Frank Mail. I'm with Lawrence Landscape, and I'm here to visit with you folks about the K10 and Castle interchange. KDOT has decided to close that interchange, and we're not sure that that's the best decision. And I appreciate you guys taking time and effort to listen to our presentation and to our ideas. Let's see if I can. Here's a map, kind of shows what's going on. We've got 59 Highway right here. This is the intersection we're talking about. It's 31st and Castle, and you come straight down Castle extended to the K10 west leg. And then we have a tree farm right here. This road is a asphalt road now. The township, Wakarusa Township, just put that in probably a year and a half ago. One of their highest used roads in the township, and comes across here to 458. So I just want to kind of give you a lay of the land. The other access, we have 59 Highway. We have the access I just talked about. The other access is over the dam. We go from here all the way up to here is 2.6 miles, I believe. So that's the other access. The main issues that we have are the proposal to close K10 and the intersection this fall. KDOT wants to close that when the east leg is opened. The reasoning is that there's going to be a lot more traffic, and they're going to be right. The other issue is the ultimate K10 west leg design. So we have two different issues here. I'll start with the first, and we'll kind of roll through. If you folks have any questions, holler, so we'll just address them as we go. This is what KDOT is proposing right now, is cul-de-sacing this intersection. 31st and Castle is up here. And this is the bike path coming through here, or the recreational trail. They want to put a cul-de-sac to the north and a cul-de-sac to the south. What that ends up doing, and then this is their proposed SLT concept, and this is the proposal on the west leg. The ultimate configuration, Wakarusa is right here, the interchange right now. They want to slide it south and to the east, and have a road that loops on up to Wakarusa extended and north. There is no access to the south. So you'd have 59 Highway, or you'd have the core road as they're proposing in the ultimate configuration. The proposed K10 closure, Castle closure this fall was a surprise. We're going to close this road and not notify the local governmental entities, the property owners, or the public. I was lucky enough to visit with Matt before the MPO meeting. We had about 4 days' notice. I was visiting with Keith Browning and Craig Weinog, Public Works Director Browning and County Administrator Weinog, and found out that the MPO meeting was coming up and that this was on the agenda, and no one knew about it. Wakarusa Township didn't know about it. The Wakarusa Fire Department didn't know about it. Our property is 500 feet from that intersection. We didn't know about it. And so it was a surprise, to say the least. That meeting was held in February 17th and attended by concerned officials, property owners, and citizens. We had every seat full here, and it was respectful, but it was everybody seemed to be of the same mind that this wasn't the best decision to close this intersection. Initiatives. There's a new public meeting is going to be scheduled by KDOT. We're supposed to be late March. I don't think that's happening, or early April, and we don't have a date yet. It's been radio silence from their end. We have no idea what is going on. What we are is proactive, and we are the Wakarusa Township, Wakarusa Fire Departments, the Douglas County Sheriff's Department, First Student, who does the bus transportation for USD 497, the Army Corps of Engineers at Clinton Lake, and then concerned citizens that live south and west of Lawrence, and myself, Lawrence Landscape. The intersection should not be closed this fall. There's only 2 access points to Lawrence from the southwest Douglas County. We're talking about the Core Road over the Clinton Lake Dam and US 59 Highway, and getting to that on County Road 458. And so we're back to the map. Here's the Core Road right here, where we're going through over here to 59 Highway. And so everybody's basically funneling through here, either there or coming on 56 Highway and up 59 Highway. If I go the right way. The US 59 and the County Road 458, that intersection, I don't know if you guys are familiar with it, is about a mile south of the existing SLT and 59 Highway interchange. It's a T intersection with a stop sign. In that intersection, there's no staging area for school buses, trucks, or pickups, or anybody pulling trailers. What happens there is, if you're trying to make a left-hand turn and go north, if you're any of those listed vehicles, you can't stage in the center. You've got to go from the west end of the interchange, wait for 3 or 4 lanes of traffic to be open before you can make a left-hand turn and head north. And when that happens, bad decisions are going to be made, because people are going to be stacked up behind that waiting for that kind of traffic to clear. This intersection needs to be redesigned with acceleration and deceleration lanes. Needs to be signalized, a signalized intersection to give a break in traffic so people can not make bad decisions and have protected turns. KDOT there's no official KDOT decision, but rumors are that this is going to be addressed. So far, we have nothing in writing. We can take a look at the intersection here. This is facing east from below the intersection, and this is 59 Highway up here. You can see the median where you have a small SUV coming in. There's enough for a car in that intersection to stage, waiting for traffic to clear. And then facing south, I'm not through this intersection all the time, but when I am, and I'm in a pickup truck, it's hard for me, and I'm getting older, but it's hard for me to judge the traffic coming up from the south and to know if there's a clear lane or not, and that's without me pulling a trailer or being a big truck. So you can shoot that gap and get in with traffic and go north. So it's a problem intersection. It needs to be addressed. It looks like KDOT is going to pull the trigger, but they haven't yet. The other option, other than the 59 highway that we just looked at, is I'm calling it the core road at Clinton Lake Dam. That road is shown on our maps, but it's owned and operated by the Corps of Engineers. It can be closed at any time. It's not designed or intended to be a county highway. It's posted at 50 miles an hour. You have a 20-ton weight limit, so no big rock-type trucks or dump trucks would be permitted, or semis on that. The shoulders are only 18 inches wide between the white stripe and the guardrail, and that's for 1.6 miles. And we'll see in the next slide, they have gates on the other end, on each end, to control that, because it's been an issue in the past where you have a stranded vehicle or an accident or some sort of emergency. That double yellow line and that 50-mile-an-hour speed limit totals 2.6 miles. That's a long way to be behind a combine or bicyclists or just about anything else. There's no opportunity, there is no opportunity legally to pass. And so that's a long way to go at 50 miles an hour. And again, bad decisions will be made. We can see this is facing south, and here are the gates right here that they just put in probably 2 months ago now to close that dam if they have an accident or if they need to close it for one reason or another. You can see the double yellow lines going. This is again facing south, as far as the eye can see, 1.6 miles there. And this is the long view. This is facing north from basically on top of the rise and looking down at the road and across the dam. So this is not a very good alternative. The Corps, Sue Gerhardt, that is in charge out there, is trying to get money, to maintain this road. I talked to her the other day. She was in a 2018 budget meeting. They're worried about reservoir silting in. They don't care about roads so much. It's more. Their core issue is flood control and reservoir capacity for municipalities. So this is not a high priority for them. Looking toward the future, when the east leg of the SLT is open here this fall, westbound people are going to want to right off onto Castle and 31st Street. They aren't going to want to exit at 59 Highway, go up to 31st Street, run the lights. It's, we've made improvements there over the years. It's good, but it's getting congested, and even the double left-hand turn lanes are full to capacity when I go through those intersections. So we would be overburdening that infrastructure. The other thing to look to is the USD 497 boundaries go well south of Clinton Lake. And so there's a bunch of kids down there that, with the bus situation the way it is and whatnot, and if they close that intersection that we're talking about, they're going to have longer rides and more time in the bus. And then looking at the future growth of Lawrence, we're building a new wastewater treatment plant. We can only go west so far, past the west leg of the SLT, a mile perhaps, and then our future to the north, we're limited with the river. So new growth is going to be to the south. So let's plan for it. Here's a map. The lime green is USD 497. You can see how it comes clear down into here. And what we're talking about is an intersection here. And then you got the core road there and 59 Highway. Our consensus recommendation from the groups that we talked about for this fall is an on-demand signalized light at K10 and Castle intersection that protects people from going right. You can get across the intersection, you can go left. So I think that's probably the least cost alternative. The other thing to keep in mind is if KDOT does pull the trigger on that intersection at 458 and 59 Highway, have all that construction there. You're going to be adding XL and decel lanes, permanent signals, all that good stuff. Where's the traffic going to go? Where's the relief valve? Well, I'm saying it's going to go to Castle and K10. If we have a light there, then that relieves some of that congestion, and people will be making good decisions. We also recommend, and I can't believe I'm in favor of this because but lowering the speed limit from 65 to 55, basically from 59 Highway to the core curve. We also already have that light at Wakarusa. It's probably not the best situation. And then we've got that, and that core curve is also, the speed limit being lower, I think will help that situation. And we'd do this until the ultimate configuration is taken care of. And then this isn't a great picture, but they're the lights that are strung up at US 40 and K10. So I think it can be a minimalist approach. I also think if we had rumble strips coming from 59 from 59 Highway toward Castle to alert people that there's a signal ahead. We're also going to have some traffic calming because the east leg of the new leg of the SLT is going to go from 4 lanes to 2 lanes to that bridge. And so we'll have automatic traffic calming because everybody's going to neck down to get over that bridge. And then I think if we have some rumble strips, some warning lights and whatnot, and I think what we have out at the East Hills Business Park, where we have it at, it would be Clinton Parkway and Crossgate. I believe there's a light there, and there's a light ahead that says the light will change, and so you know that it's coming. I think that would be another added feature that ought to be added to this to help with the safety aspect. On to step 2, we have the redesign of the West K10 leg. This is all in the design phase. I've been to all the meetings. I've visited with the engineers before when they were just starting to talk about redesigning this west leg, and filled out the little comment cards. Been a good little camper. And the first presentation I went to, they had, I believe, in March at Southwest Junior High, and they had a flyover. So the K10 Castle interchange, you wouldn't have access to K10, but you would have access under K10, and so people from the south part of the county could move and get to the 31st and Castle. And I was happy with that, and had been told by the county administrator that was something to be welcomed. And then I go to I think it was October meeting that they had out at Southwest Junior High, and then they had it shown as closed, and I was kind of shocked, and closed permanently. Our proposal, what KDOT wants to do is to move what is now the Wakarusa interchange, move it south and east, build a diamond interchange with a frontage road back to YSI in Wakarusa, and then K10 would go over that, so there would be no at-grade crossing at Wakarusa itself, but the diamond interchange would be to the south and east, and there would be no access to southern Douglas County. And I'll show you that here in a little bit. This is Wakarusa and K10 right now where the light is. They're moving that interchange down here and then providing a frontage road back to Wakarusa and then back under K10 back up to the north. And again, there's been talk that Wakarusa will go south, but it's been talk and nothing in writing, and tying it in with 458 down here. But that's rumors. So again, we're looking at this map. I just wanted to show where we're at. Here's the interchange at Castle and K10. Here's 59 Highway. Here's the core. Our proposal is to move the intersection east and south, still be a diamond interchange, just like is shown at the proposed Wakarusa interchange. a frontage road access to Wakarusa and YSI, just pretty much the way it shows, only it'd be in the KDOT right-of-way instead of out through a farmer's field. We'd have access to the north along city property to 31st and Castle. So the city owns the property, could give the right-of-way for that road there. Have access south to the Browns Grove Bridge, which is an existing bridge rated fully for any legal load. So if you're legal to be on the road, you're legal to go over that bridge. And then that would continue on to 458. Like I said, this uses existing KDOT right-of-way. It's least cost of any option to date. It's forward-looking, thoughtful, uses existing infrastructure. The township agrees, the fire department agrees, the sheriff's department agrees. So we have a community consensus that this is a good plan. Looking at the intersection, looking north, the SLT will be just south of that tree line. This is the road heading east. It makes a bend to the SLT right there. Our tree farm's right past that grove of trees there. And this is looking south over that bridge. I'm guessing that bridge is maybe 40 years old. It's a good bridge. This is our proposal for that interchange. KDOT's proposal had it up in here, and we're just sliding it south and east some, using existing KDOT right-of-way. It comes clear up to there. We're going through, this is city property up here, there, and county property there. And we want to come over to 31st and Castle and have that come right in like so. And then continuing south out of that intersection, we go to that existing bridge, which would be right here. And then back to Wakarusa and YSI and all that recreation areas right there. What Keith Browning will tell you when he comes up is that this red is floodway. And I was led to believe, or it was my understanding, that all that would have to be bridged. And that is not the case. We need permits. You need a Army Corps of Engineer permit to fill that, and the roadway needs to be above the flood elevation. And it would be smart to have some box culverts through there to let the water pass through, but it doesn't need to be bridged. And the same is true up here, where we're getting into some of that floodway. The other thing to keep in mind is that these are the same floodway designations that were in place before the dam was constructed. And rightfully so, they ought to be shown, but we haven't had water over that emergency spillway yet, and that's not to say that we won't someday, but it's been a while and we haven't. And so I think we have a pretty good alternative here. And we need to play by the rules. We need to do what the Corps says. But I think there's realistic alternatives here. This is looking at the east leg of the South Lawrence Trafficway. We can see Haskell's here, and it's hard to see on this map, but you can see where the red is. And here we built all this through the floodway. And I believe the total is 12,000 some odd linear feet of roadway that is in our newly constructed, not yet driven on SLT in the floodway. In our proposal, I think we have 2,400 feet that would be built in the floodway in the same manner that has already been done and is still under construction. There we go. Yeah, I believe it's 2,400 feet. And this shows it. I mean, this is what it is. There's no bridge. There's a bridge here for the access. There's a bridge over here for a road, and you go on, and there's another bridge for I'm not sure which tributaries over there. And there seems to be one concrete pipe coming through, but it's all in the floodway. So I believe it can be done. So what I'm asking for is for you fine folks to send a letter to KDOT supporting an on-demand signal at K10 and Castle, lowering the speed limit 10 miles an hour, doing the regular safety protocol, so rumble strips, a light, giving people a heads up that the light's going to change. Do that for until the redesigned west K10 leg is completed. And then also, in the ultimate design configuration, relocating the Wakarusa interchange eastward to create the K10 and Castle interchange with connections to the north and south. And that is my hope, want, desire. Questions?
Questions of Frank? That's all
It's
you
still-
need?
it's still awake.
That's all you need?
Sorry, folks.
Okay.
Obviously, the letter's non-binding. I'm just asking that they take another look at this and not just go bulldoze forward with what they have planned, and have a little consideration and community input, and I think there's some viable alternatives out there.
I think on behalf of the city, and speak for the county a little bit too, we did send a letter back in October asking that a consideration be given to, this intersection remaining open along with the area up at Farmers Turnpike and the north end of K10, and I think equally it was important there. One of the suggestions I may have, and I appreciate the amount of work that you've put into this, Frank, is maybe rather than asking for specific things, actually send them a letter that says something, just thinking maybe to look at any and all alternatives at that intersection rather than just these particular things. These may be things that they just say no to, but I think if we open it up and say, we'd like for you to investigate, before you just pull the hammer down, let's look at everything. We're stakeholders here along with the county, and it would only make sense to look at all of that. Obviously, whatever changes I think that was going to be made into their design, there's probably going to be a request for participation, of some sort between the city and the county. And, Keith Browning and his bosses only have so much money, so, we're going to try to squeeze in for every dime we can get. But, I think that would be something that we may want to look at.
You're the expert.
No, I'm not. I'm just thinking that may be something that we might really want to do that way.
That's fine with me.
Okay.
Frank, I really appreciate your effort on this. I'm not speaking for the whole commission, just speaking for myself here, but that is a really crucial intersection. And it's crucial because of the absence of a good alternative if it closes. I serve on the MPO board and was at the meeting when the community showed up, and he's not exaggerating when he says he has the backing of the community. This room was full, it was standing room only, and Stuart can tell you, MPO meetings normally it's about a 40-minute devotion of your life. It's over before it starts. We were here for a while, because everybody got up and spoke, and that intersection matters.
Yeah.
And there are ways that it can be addressed.
And it was consensus. There was some different opinions. There was some roundabouts thrown out there, but it was.
Don't tell Mike that. Mike, there were no roundabouts mentioned. I didn't hear any of it.
But there was
You sure you don't want to be specific on that letter?
I did not.
Okay, go ahead.
But I appreciate that. Yeah, it was well attended, and we did that in 4 days. That's how much time we had to. We have, there's a website, and we could, if we wanted to, we could have filled the room tonight, but I respect your time and attention, and so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, any other questions of Frank before he goes into this thing?
I'd be happy to send a letter.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Frank. Yep. Any public comment on this item?
Mr. Mayor, Greg Robinson, 3116 Trail Road. I appreciate the presentation. It's very well presented. Can certainly sympathize and appreciate his concerns. The major concern I have with this proposal, or at least trying to get a consensus of the commission on what it should or shouldn't do, is that the one concern I have is engineers design things for certain reasons. when we start messing around with controlled access highways that are designed to move great volumes of traffic in great numbers at a specific speed, when you arbitrarily just reduce a number for a road, my understanding from my work and what engineers have told me is roads are over-designed. And by that I mean, if the road is 65, they actually design it for 75. So when you try to arbitrarily shut it down to 55, you're inviting unsafe driving behaviors because people want to drive what the road was designed to do. So what you end up doing is causing more accidents because of that. And again, I'm not one of these guys to get up here and say, hey, the sky's falling, it's a safety issue. But again, when you start monkeying around with the numbers and the engineers' estimates who are paid and professionals to design these things, you really got to take those things into account. The inverted diamonds he's talking about sound like a great idea down at YSI with the frontage road back. Now, whether or not there's enough KDOT road right away, because I think there's a 100-foot setback, whether or not there's enough room to still squeeze a frontage road, and I don't know, that's engineers to decide. But again, I just wanted to address the comment about the speed limit. If you're going to do this or make a recommendation, you keep the speed limit the same. Because, you know, you can't just arbitrarily put the foot on somebody to tell them to slow down when the road is not designed to go that slow. We had that same issue on West 6th Street when the city saturated that road during that 85th percentile road survey with police. Tried to slow everybody down to get that percentile down. Couldn't do it. Could not do it. So when it come back, percentile's what it is. The road is at its speed limit to what it is. And that was before, Mr. Mayor, you probably remember, before Queens Ridge was in and all those other roads and developments out there. That was basically a highway. And when you tried to arbitrarily, well, I won't say you personally, but when it was decided or tried to get an arbitrary lower speed limit put on there, even with police saturation and ticket writing, they couldn't get the speed limit down. So just please, if you're going to consider this, which I don't think it's a bad idea, by the way, but don't monkey with the speed limit because you're causing more problems than it's really worth. Thank you.
Thanks, Rick. Other comment? Hi.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, thank you. My name is Roger Anderson. I live at 1120 East 1200 Road, which is actually in the county. I wanted to step here to talk a little bit about Frank's proposal. I've been a supporter of that proposal. I spoke here at the MPO meeting on 2/17 about what was going on out there. At that time, my recommendation was there's no reason for anybody to do anything at this particular moment. KDOT doesn't have the funding, and what our understanding was that road, that intersection was not going to be closed until the funding for the 4-lane had been put in. And Ryan, that day, spoke to the point that may be 5 years down the road. So I do appreciate the commission's foresight in saying, let's not restrict ourselves maybe to this exact proposal. What we've tried to do as a citizens committee is offer alternatives to what KDOT's proposing as the $336,000 they're going to spend to put cul-de-sacs on that road to close it at the 1st of August. And I didn't realize that at the MPO meeting that it was going to be the 1st of August until I went out and talked to Wayne at First Student. And he's the superintendent of the bus company. And he's the one that informed me that KDOT informed him via phone call that on August 1st that was their intention, was to close that road. Okay, I've subsequently also talked with a number of people in the community as far as the sheriff's department. I've talked to Mike, the fire marshal over in Wakarusa. And the major concern is that road is closed, that anything right around that area, you're going to have a quicker or a more response time as far as emergency response in that area. Now, as the county widens out, that's maybe not so much true. But let's say we have an incident at Frank's Tree Farm where a gentleman has his leg crushed by some sort of a machine. Well, I was informed by Mike over at Wakarusa that if that intersection is closed, it's going to take him over a 3-minute more response time to get to that person that's had some sort of injury. So basically, where I live is going to be affected by the closure of that road based on emergency response times from Wakarusa and or the sheriff's department. What I've found when talking to these people, and I've got names if you want me to name them here, I was going to wait until the KDOT meeting comes up to bring all these people together because I believe that's a more appropriate time, and I don't want to take up a lot of time. So I'm just saying that your recommendation of, let's wait and see what happens, and I've heard from Keith about lowering the speed limit, we're gonna have more rear-end crashes, this kind of thing and that kind of thing. All this is speculation, not only from KDOT about the amount of traffic that's gonna come across the traffic way when it actually opens that leg. The guy that just spoke here about lowering the speed limit doesn't understand that it goes from a 4-lane to a 2-lane right there at the bridge that went to nowhere over 59. So again, I'm just wanting to issue caution as we proceed further so that we can understand all the different ramifications that are going to be affected by this road closure. So I just want to heed caution to everybody that I talked to. I talked to the county commissioners, I wanted to talk to you, and I want to talk to Ryan Barrett again with KDOT to make sure that all the alternatives, and maybe this is not, like you said, the one that's going to actually come out and help everybody out, but I just want to make sure that everybody's thinking about the future and about emergency response times, about the community out there, about the future growth of Lawrence going south. And that's kind of where I'm at, and hopefully opening some eyes when I get up here to speak. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other comment?
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Hugh Carter with the Chamber of Lawrence. I just wanted to briefly bring you up to date with the Chamber's interactions on this issue and what our intentions are, at least at this point going forward. Thank you, Mayor, for mentioning the letter in October because it deals with two different issues, this Castle intersection and, as you said, the potential closure of Farmers Turnpike, access to Farmers Turnpike off of the South Lawrence Trafficway. And we've got an influx of calls at the Chamber simultaneous to these, on both of these issues. The closure of Farmers Turnpike, which our latest understanding is that is the top recommendation now of at least KDOT staff, is to close that access versus leaving it open. About the same time as that happened is when the stakeholders received notification, not sure what the glitch was, that they got the 4-day notice, but for whatever reason, you've seen it's a pretty good list of stakeholders, and Commissioner Herbert pointed out the number that were in the room, and so we've been getting the calls that would, I think, probably substantiate that. There's a lot of good folks and that have some good thoughts, like the proposal that you've seen tonight. And I don't want to make any assumptions that this work has been done in a vacuum and that these type of alternatives haven't been considered. It might be that it's a little bit more of an education of us of just what has the corridor study has entailed and some things that perhaps, shame on us, we're just not aware of yet and hadn't followed it closely enough until it was just about to happen. But I think just the response to this particular issue on Castle, as well as the potential actual ramifications of the closure of access to Farmers Turnpike, warrant further discussion. When KDOT chose to do this project, it was because it was one of their top-rated economic impacts. They started a new method, it's been a few years ago, modeling the economic impact of each of the highway projects and trying to prioritize them based on economic impact. The estimated regional economic impact of completing the SLT was $3.8 billion with a B. I have no way to quantify, or I don't know how much that would be locally, but I know that looking at how our exits are handled and the access around Lawrence potentially has very significant impacts. And so I think there's enough concerns here. Our interaction was, upon receiving this influx of calls, made a phone call to Transportation Secretary Mike King and asked him to present to the Chamber membership on both of these issues so that we could have a little more in-depth discussion and understanding of them. Asked that they would please consider slowing down a bit. I understand they have committed to having another public meeting per the last MPO meeting. That's not scheduled yet, but we've now opened up that meeting. That's next Friday morning, the 8th. It's going to be at the Lead Center with Secretary King and a couple of staff members. We've opened that to the public now as well, so definitely all commissioners, staff, County as well would love to have you there. And we intend to go ahead and send a letter that reiterates what both the city and county had said back in October, that we really believe that for many reasons, Barry's one of our largest employers out there, and for their employees to have to pay a toll to get to work, and they lose access to get over to 59 easily, it definitely impacts the value and the viability and marketability of some of the industrial land that's up there northwest of Lawrence, as well as other impacts that you've heard of. We plan to send a letter reiterating what you all did in October. We don't plan to get specific, to your point, about the Cassold issue, but we'd love to see them, or we really feel strongly that they should at least address some of these ideas, come up with some others perhaps, and just have a little further discussion on the Cassold issue as well. So we'll be sending that letter, but just wanted you to know that that's where we are now. It's not a lot of specifics on the Cassold issue, but hope we'll have further discussion.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Any other public comment?
Hey, Hugh, can you repeat the date and time?
Yes.
And all that again, please?
Yes, the breakfast with Secretary King will be at the Lead Center, and I'm forgetting the name of the room off to this. It's the smaller room at the Lead Center. I think it's called the Pavilion. Anybody? At any rate, that's 7:30 next Friday, April 8th.
Right.
Anybody can call the chamber just to reserve a seat.
Okay.
It's no charge.
Thank you. Okay, any other public comment? I have a question for Keith.
Okay.
Keith, the County Commission took an action recently on this same item. Are they going to send a letter? Is that what I understood?
They are. They've directed staff to prepare a letter to KDOT asking KDOT to consider all alternatives, as you discussed, for the Castle intersection. They also, including reducing the speed limit and a temporary traffic signal. They also asked that the letter express the county's appreciation to KDOT for agreeing to install a signal at 458 and Highway 59. They also wanted us to mention the various groups they've heard from, which Frank has enumerated.
Okay.
That letter has not been prepared yet.
Okay. Well, the only thing that I'm thinking is that, I would like to have us prepare a similar kind of letter. My question was going to be, did they include in that letter the K-10 at Farmers Turnpike?
They did not.
Okay.
No.
I had the opportunity to go to the town hall meeting that was at the church up northwest of town there.
Yes.
And there was some great questions that came from the audience.
Yeah.
So, I think that, we need to address that particular extension also. This was brought up by Hugh, just the idea of folks having to pay a toll, coming into town or going to work or coming back from Lecompton or, wherever. Didn't make a whole lot of sense to me when we had the meeting, with everybody here back in October, so.
Right.
And I think it was the feeling, obviously, of the commission, so. Anyway, I would suggest that we might include that extension of K-10 to Farmers Turnpike in our letter also, but, pass along to you that, and back to the boss, that
Okay.
we're going to include that.
Okay.
I think. Good idea. A lot of heads going up and down. That's okay. Yeah.
I remember Roger's remarks at the MPO meeting. I thought were very valid. The timing of it is all very strange. That they're in a big old hurry to close it, but there's no funding to do anything with it once it's closed. It doesn't.
I think one of the things, looking at this is that, creating a safety issue at that intersection, as the SLT opens. And I think that's, probably really what we're looking at there. And, take the funding aside on the extension of the roadway and look at the safety at that intersection, because there's going to be cars and I don't have, Roger may be exactly right. The guess that, KDOT says that there's going to be X number of cars come through there.
but still it's going to be at a pretty high rate of speed. It's going to be nothing compared to what it is today. So I think we need to look at that.
Right. Traffic's actually, they project it to go up about 300% there. So it is going to be, it's going to look a lot different and feel a lot different driving on that road once the east leg is open.
Well, I take that road all the time because, if I'm using the SLT, I mean, I just live to the north and east of there a little bit, off Lawrence Avenue. So, I'm out there all the time, getting on, but trying to realize, what that traffic's going to look like, and what effects it's going to have. So that's why, when I suggest that we look at any and all alternatives, I think, our number one goal here is the oath that we all take has to, safety issues. So let's make sure we don't put anybody in harm's way, but make sure that we come up with a good alternative to make sure that it stays open. But that's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah. Well, the main reason I wanted to come tonight is there's a lot, I agree with Frank on a lot of things, and especially if this intersection is closed, there's only two access options from southwest Douglas County into Lawrence, and that's 59 Highway and the road over the Clinton Dam. And I also agree that the Clinton Dam you really can't count as an access because it can be closed at any time. It's really not a public road. It's on private property that the gates can be shut at any time. So we really can't count on that. And I'm really, I really think what the community, and when I say community, county, city, KDOT, really needs to be working towards is this connection of Wakarusa. What's shown here is what KDOT is proposing for an interchange. You can see that they have stopped Wakarusa just north of the river. So it would require crossing the river at this point. You can see the floodway here is quite a bit narrower than it is down here. There is a Parks and Rec master plan for these the leased areas of the Clinton Park, and that plan shows Wakarusa on an alignment that crosses the river here and essentially does this down to Route 458. In our long-range plans that, I don't remember which way that was. It must be the other way. I saw it on here. Find it. What the extension of Wakarusa is in our long-range plan. It's kind of hard to see, but this is it. This is T2040. It was also in T2030. It's been shown in our long-range plans for a while. You can, that's been shown like that because it's been realized that once K10 goes to 4-lane, that intersection would be closed. I think it would provide that additional means of accessing and leaving and entering Lawrence on the west side of town. I really think that's kind of as a community what we ought to be working towards. KDOT has agreed to ask their consultant, HNTB, to prepare an estimate for preliminary engineering costs and construction costs to complete that extension. So hopefully in not too long a time, we'll have at least some idea what kind of money we'd be talking about. But that was the main reason I'm here tonight. I wanted to be sure that folks are aware that that's been in our plan for a long time, and it looks to me like this is the time to be thinking about doing it. So,
Okay.
that's all I got, unless you have questions.
Can I ask a question then?
Yes, sir.
Wait a minute.
I'm sorry.
You got to come to the microphone.
I was just going to ask him. And I would like to ask you a question. If that is an alternative, which we are discussing alternatives tonight, there's no funding for that yet.
Right.
There's no time frame for that yet.
Right.
So basically, if we go ahead and let KDOT close the road on August 1st, which is their plan, then this plan, which would give us another alternative way into Lawrence, could be another 5 years down the road. Is that true?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, this would be something, at least in my mind, that it would be done at the same time that the 4-lane is built, so. And I know that the city, similar on the SLT, the city had a project to improve 31st Street east of Haskell to O'Connell. I think it could be the same type of arrangement, kind of an associated project, but not part of the KDOT project.
Okay. Again, other alternatives to look at, or ask them to look at. Okay. Okay. Thanks, Keith. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. My recommendation then is that we direct staff to prepare a letter that would ask KDOT to look at any and all alternatives to closure of the intersection at Castle and the SLT, and also to include in that letter them to look at other alternatives to closing K-10 extended north to the Farmers Turnpike. Anything else that we want to look at then?
I could think of a lot of things, but I won't put them in this letter.
Good idea.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, I would entertain a motion then that we direct staff to prepare that letter for mayor's signature.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and second to authorize or direct staff to prepare the letter that would include both alternatives to closure at Castle and also the extension of K-10 to the north Farmers Turnpike. Authorize the mayor to sign it. It's made by Vice Mayor Soden, seconded by Commissioner Herbert. All in favor of that motion, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. Frank, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is to consider request for temporary overhire of 17 additional police officers positions in response to accelerated attrition based upon a large number of anticipated retirements from the 1991 Basic Recruit Academy and provide direction on long-term police hiring strategy. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager Tom Marcus. Thank you for giving us the opportunity. I have Captain Anthony Brixius with me here tonight. He's in charge of the Community Services Division. He took Paul's place, Mayor. I'm sure you remember working with Paul. I haven't forgotten him yet. I'm not going to go through the memo line by line. It's 10 pages. I know it's getting long in the night, but I just want to kind of summarize some of the points. The process of hiring and training a police officer can take almost 14 months from the time we advertise the position until that person's outside of the field training officer program. So I don't know as far as every other city entity or city department how long their training process takes, but I do know as far as hiring of police officers, the training program is quite long. It does require a certain kind of regimen. It's not simply hiring somebody today and putting him on the street tomorrow. I was joking with somebody the other day that actually Kansas law still allows you to hire a police officer, get him trained with their weapon, put him in a uniform, and put him on the street and send him to an academy within the year. I don't know if I necessarily want to do that. So when we look at police department hiring and recruiting, we have to look long-term out, 14, 15 months. I've been before the commission several times over the last 5 years. We've talked about resource needs that include personnel. We're not going to rehash all that tonight, but the important part of that is it's really critical that we maintain at least the staffing we're able to staff. So 152 authorized positions is critical that we maintain that as close as possible, absent coming up with a plan to add some additional resources over time. We have found ourselves flat-footed in the past, most notably in 2009, because of the budget environment then. That was after the mini recession, so it's understandable, but we did see the consequences or what happened when we were down almost 18 officers without even a hiring process on the horizon. It took us 4 years to recover from that. We have started to get an anomaly in the retirements. So as you can see in the memo, we're expecting 20 to 25 people to retire later this year and into 2017. Our attrition rate, based upon 13 years of examination of the statistics, is about 9. We think that attrition rate is going to be in the 15 to 20 range. As an aside, last year we overhired by 10, thinking that was going to be the attrition rate. We were actually going to end up going through almost 17 people between that last hiring process and now, so the attrition rate's already started getting higher. So what we're asking for is to be able to overhire by 14 people during this process. The memo says 17, but Tom and I have since had a discussion. We agree on 14 is a very good first approach and more fiscally conservative, and that would work for us to be able to do that. It's not part of the budgetary line items in the past. It's just been something that we've absorbed. Usually the cost has not been as high as estimated. When you have some turnover, you're generally replacing higher wage earners with lower wage earners, and maybe there's some other savings in the budget that have made the net effect of that overhire less than it's been. But in looking at worst case scenarios for an overhire of 14, if all of a sudden nobody decides to leave the department in the next 18 months, you're looking at a fund of about $900,000 to $1 million to be able to pay for that. It's likely going to be significantly less, but I can't tell you necessarily because we haven't really had a separate line item. I think going forward, Tom has a very good point about creating a separate line item in the budget where we can book people to that are overhires, and as the regularly approved budget goes down, then you bring people over, and then at the end of the year, you could actually see what you actually paid out of that fund to somehow give you an idea what the true net cost of that. And I think going forward in budgets, it would be helpful to have an overhire fund or some kind of fund where we could do that. But for purposes of trying to get something now, we're right in the middle of a hiring process. We're doing background checks. We're letting people know whether they're going to have a job or not come June. So the timing is just unfortunate that we're here today talking about that. So with that, I'll leave it. Anthony, you got any comments?
I think I would just add that when you look at the retirement process, it may be simple to step back and look at it and go, should we expect this amount of retirements? We had the large class in 1991. I think there's some complexities in that. One of the complexities is, while yes, you can retire at full retirement at 25 years, you may also go to 36 years. So there's an 11-year period in which you don't know when that person may retire. I found recently that it's a very personal thing for many people, as some of them have chosen not to tell us, and some people have chosen to tell us, but have asked that we be very secretive about the retirement process. I would tell you that if we were looking at this last year in June, when we were hiring for the people that actually they started this week. So last June, we finished the hiring after starting in January. This week will be the first week that some of them are out on their own. That's assuming that everything goes well. We probably knew of 2 or 3 that would actually tell you, I am retiring next June. However, we've had 3 already this year. We're probably going to have about 5 more. None of those were known. So it comes at a very quick pace. So there's a lot of complexities in it. Also, I'm not sure if you're familiar with the KPNF retirement system, but it goes in quarters, and you may actually lose money by staying longer. And so what we find is many people visit their retirement specialists, and we've even seen a couple years ago where someone had to retire within that week. So sometimes it becomes a very quick process. And so I just want to reiterate that it is not for a lack of planning. I started, Shannon Parker had this list going for some time of who could potentially retire. I took it over in January, mid to late January, and it's changed about 4 times since then. So that's just a little bit of understanding of if any question was to arise, why we're not better prepared for it. It's ever changing.
Okay.
Thanks, Anthony.
Okay. Questions of the chief or Anthony? Okay. Pretty straightforward. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tom, you have any comment at this point?
Well, I think the chief indicated we had a discussion about this and came up with a number. I would tell you that it's kind of like so many things, the information kind of keeps changing. The real point I'd make to you is that going forward, and I'm not looking back, going forward, I think we want to do this as a part of the budget process. Because if you do it as a part of the budget process, at least you have the opportunity to align revenues that match this particular expense. The problem I have, and I think, Mayor, you expressed it earlier, is it's out of context. And so you don't have the opportunity to pull in revenues or make it a line item so that you know that this is the amount. My experience doesn't include a whole lot of overhire, and when we did do overhire, it was maybe 1 or 2 positions, but we knew for certain that the person was retiring. I get the complication of dealing with individuals and the struggle that people have to decide whether they're going to retire or not, and they get to a certain age and they're eligible to retire, and then they decide they're going to stick around for a little longer and maybe actually pursue even another job. So I kind of get that whole part of it pretty well. I guess my whole approach to these things is it's revenue streams. And so when we take it out of the context of the budget, there isn't a revenue stream to match this. There's one thing I thought of since, my memo. I was writing that at 6 o'clock on Sunday morning. Couldn't get over the loss. So I was up and dealing with it. I would say to you that we are going to get a chance to offset some of this, because some of this will transcend this particular budget year. So we will be able to plug in something into the line item and maybe reduce some of that impact. On the other hand, I think the other point I wanted to make, besides matching revenue streams, is this isn't within my authority, in my opinion. This is what I would equate to almost a budget amendment, whether we have that process really in place or not. Brian and I have talked about that as well. And so, I think this had to come back to the city commission. And I know that people that write headlines are different than the people that write the body of the context of the report. And I thought the report was pretty accurate about what I said and all of that. I find it difficult to pull this out of fund balance to do this, rather than have been able to create a revenue source up front. And I think this diminishes that opportunity. The other thing I want to kind of talk to you about a little bit is, and Diane and Brian had this conversation earlier, and that's about the tax lid law that's coming, right? Well, now they're talking about moving that up. And the conversation we had was that public safety may be kind of exempt from those provisions. I don't know that that's ensconced in law yet or not.
Not finalized yet.
Not finalized. So if they were exempt, I could have used levy to offset this, but now I'm using fund balance to offset this. And to me, that kind of hurts our position. So I had a good conversation with the chief and the staff, and I think they understand, what my consternation over this was. And so we kind of settled at a number of 14. Now, I would tell you, I think I can diminish that impact a little bit if the commission concurs with that, by having the opportunity to budget again coming up at the end of this year. So that's really all I have to say about it. I confronted this in the first 3 days I was here, and so my immediate reaction was, we need to take this to the commission. And then the more I thought about it, I thought you needed to hear from me about my perspective, and then about why I pushed it up to the city commission, because I really do think it's an issue that the commission needs to deliberate and decide on. So that was the basis of the report.
I agree with that.
Sounds like Tom has already deliberated for us.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Tom.
Okay. Any questions, city manager? Okay. Public comment on this item?
Greg Robinson, 3116 Trail Road. Just want to bring a couple of things to the attention of the commission. In 1971, the city voted to approve a 1/2-cent sales tax in perpetuity, again, one of those words, for the purpose of expanding and financing fire and police services. That's 1971, so we're already at, what, 45 years of that 1/2-cent sales tax? In 1990, the city voted to approve another 1/2-cent sales tax in perpetuity for the purpose of expansion, police and fire services, and property tax relief. So basically, if you don't spend all your money on police and fire, then it's rebated back under an ad valorem tax rebate. Since these two sales taxes don't have a sunset clause, do we have any record of how this money has been spent in the last 45 years? Based on the city manager's memo, apparently some of the funds from the 1990 sales tax was used to hire 27 officers. And now that many of them are approaching retirement, shouldn't we have been saving this money to apply for this overhire that's now being requested? And again, I understand that's not really this commission's fault because you're all pretty much new. But over those last number of 45 years, this is one of those things that Chief Khatib has to wrestle with every single year. And in fact, the blame, in my opinion, lays at the commission, and I'm not blaming this commission. Because every time he comes and asks for more officers, because we do have attrition, he's not necessarily getting them all the time on a regular basis. So this commission needs to look out for the best interest of the police department. But that being said, we also have to look at, and again, I've said this to previous commissions and to this one, we really need to do an analysis of our police department. Why do we keep throwing an exorbitant amount of money towards the police department? We understand it's a very expensive process, a lot of personnel, but we never review it. We just simply keep throwing more money at it because you're supposed to have X number of officers per population. So why don't we look at what laws we have on the books, seeing what laws can go away so we don't waste our officers' times with police-citizens interactions on stuff that really is archaic and should not be on our books any longer. We really, in this community, quite frankly, why are we messing with marijuana? Really? I mean, that is a national level now. We don't enforce it at the federal level, but still we have arrests every single day in this town for marijuana. Why? The nation has spoken on this issue. Let's put that thing to rest and quit enforcing this archaic suppression of marijuana. It's absolutely ridiculous, other than the fact that it breeds more contact with police citizens in perhaps unnecessary and can become agitated circumstances. Been to Denver many times. I don't see any problems with the police and their interactions with citizens out there smoking marijuana. It's absolutely a waste of our time and resources anymore. We got better things to do than that. One of the things in a top-down approach to looking at the police department, I think Chief Khatib touched upon it, is we have a training division. It takes over a year or up to a year to train our officers. Why? Why does it take a full year? Other communities don't use a full year. They send them to KLTC out in Hutch. They come back. They have an FTO or a field training officer program that we can still utilize. Why are we taking a full year when other communities don't take a full year? Why is it Lawrence, Kansas has such a long training period of time? That costs time, resources. It takes personnel off the streets because you got to have the trainers to do it. And not only that, and again, I guess Chief Khatib can speak to this because I don't know if there's any out there right now, but we actually supply officers for federal task force, which as taxpayers, we pay those officers to work on cases that don't necessarily have anything to do with our city. We're paying as taxpayers our officers to go out and do other things other than our city. Why? It's great for the training and experience, but it's not really an investment in our community for our tax dollars for these people to go spend an inordinate amount of time working on task force. I mean, I deal with them in the federal court all the time. So I know they're out there and I know they're doing things. Well, that's great, I guess, but as a taxpayer, when our chief has to come in here and ask for more officers, but yet we're sending more officers outside our community, I just find that absurd. If we need officers like that so bad, then why are we farming them out? So that's the comments that I had, but I would just ask if there's a way there that somebody can get some feedback as to where that 1 cent, full 1 cent, because we have two of them in perpetuity on the books, where's the money going? I guess previous commissions just swallow that up as a general budget, I guess. I don't know what they're doing with it, but is there any way to track it? I know that there was talk about that rec fund or tax went into a special fund so we could track it, and that was one of the arguments I think Mr. Bowley made. Well, it really could just be sucked into the general fund, which was accurate, but he said it would be difficult then to be able to pull out and say, hey, where we spent our money. Well, are we doing that for these two taxes that are on the books since 71 and 1990? So if we're not, we probably should, I would think, to find out where that full 1 cent's going to. Thank you.
Thanks. Chief?
I would like to address some of the comments from Mr. Robinson. As far as the enforcement of marijuana, the Lawrence Police Department does not go out and proactively look for people possessing marijuana. It is a law, but generally how we come across it is we come across people that are involved in other things. So it's, I'm arresting you for battery or something and you happen to have a pipe in your pocket or some marijuana on you. There isn't a war on drugs at the marijuana level from the Lawrence Police Department. The second point about KLATC and why we take so long to train our officers. We've tried KLATC before. It's about a 14-week program. And have found that once they get back to our community, we have to train them an additional 14 weeks or 10 weeks to teach them how we want to police in Lawrence. Think about what we're doing. We're taking a 24-year-old person, we're putting a gun on their hip, so many rounds of ammunition, a badge, the authority to stop people in the middle of what they're doing in the course of the day temporarily, and ask them to do things that the law requires us to do. Those people that we turn out into the community have to be absolutely rock solid as much as possible. There is no other city employee that in 5 minutes can pull the city into a huge lawsuit or make a decision. So we have found through trial and error and through different processes that our recruit academy that we run is the best at putting out recruits. And yes, it takes longer. When I went through the recruit academy it's been 24 years, wow. It was 16 weeks. Now it's 25 weeks. Well, why is that? Well, because we have a week of CIT. We have a week of active shooter training. We have a week of emergency vehicle operation. We have a week of crucial conversations, communication skills. So we keep foisting more and more. We have mental health type training. So as the expectations of what your police officer can do the day they walk out the door and walk into the community have increased over the last 20 years, so has the training program. It would be irresponsible not to do that. I think KLATC is a wonderful program. It's a one-size-fits-all. It's for a lot of smaller agencies out west. That's kind of how it was envisioned. But if you look at the major metropolitan areas around Kansas, most of them that can have their own because they custom tailor their training to the officers in Wichita, Overland Park, whatnot. I would like to let you know that we do team up with the Douglas County Sheriff's Office. So the sheriff does send his deputies to our recruit academy. They provide some of the instructions. So there's a teamwork existing within us, and he recognizes that our training program is good and also establishes that camaraderie and knowledge amongst the officers so that when they go out there, whether you're a deputy of the Douglas County or a Lawrence police officer, you know each other and work with each other and back each other. What was the last point? What's that? Task force. Oh, task force, yes. I routinely get a request from the FBI, DEA, not Secret Service, IRS, the Financial Task Force. I routinely deny those. The only task force we're involved in is a regional, the Heart of Kansas Regional Computer Forensic Laboratory, which is in North Kansas City. I happen to be the chairman of the board on that body. I have one officer full-time and then one switches out a part-time position with another. That we receive hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of free training and equipment. They work on computer forensics cases from our department. The fact that I have officers assigned there means I don't have to buy $150,000 more of forensic equipment, and I'm not in front of this body asking for $100,000 worth of training every year. So I think that's a huge bang for the buck. And when we have murders and homicides and robberies and whatnot, we send our evidence up there, our officers go up there, and they do a fantastic job finding the trail that leads to solving a crime. So I think those are the three issues that I had with Mr. Robinson's statements. As far as the 71 sales tax and the 91 sales tax, I don't know where those go. I would suspect that some of that costs are higher now than what they used to be, so some of that's been rolled into the general fund to do some of those things. But the lesson from the 71 sales tax and the 91 sales tax is important. It is if you wait and wait and wait and wait and wait and don't hire, and then you hire a bunch, you're going to repeat the mistake, which goes back to why I've always wanted to add 4 or 5 officers a year to increase our staff. So appreciate the opportunity to respond to that, Mayor.
Thanks, Chief. Other public comment on this item?
Mayor, I just have an outline. In reference to Mr. Khatib or Chief Khatib's comments about not actively having a war on marijuana, I would respectfully disagree with him. I've had phone calls from citizens in this community who have been targeted for marijuana sales. 28 grams, a couple joints. So it's not that we just get it when we go to a domestic violence scene and smell marijuana. We actually have a drug enforcement unit that actively cultivates confidential informants, send them out, knock on people's doors, tries to get sales of marijuana. So that's a fact. You know, if you can, we can interpret that, play semantics all night long about whether or not that is something that we want done in this community or we don't. But again, when I talk about these things, I'm talking about a top-down approach, what our community wants. What do we want our community enforcement to be on these types of crimes? If they're on the books illegal, fine. I mean, we can do it. If the community wants this, let's do it. But I don't think the community wants that. And I think we just need to look at what it is we want as a community with our police department. I'm not saying we have a bad police department. I'm not saying that we need to be in a battle with our police department. But what I'm saying is we need an analysis, top-down approach, open discussions about what this community wants instead of always just coming up here, getting a couple minutes to say something, get some nods of the head or get a couple chuckles out of the commissioners, and that's the end of it. You know, I get my say and I go home and I'm just the old guy. And that's fine. I'll come down here and I'll rattle cages from time to time, and that's fine. That's what I do. But, you know, the thing is, we never have any open, thorough discussions of this stuff, ever. It's always just, here's our budget, here's what we want. We don't ever go through the list of ordinances that are on the books to see if, do we even need this anymore? Why do we have this on here? Does this actually somebody go to jail for this? You know, we never do that. It's just staff sends you up a memo, you guys, yeah, no, whatever, and away we go. There's no discussions. But anyway, that's my comment. Thank you.
Thanks. Tom, you had
Yeah, one of the things I did is I made a recommendation that there were 3 different items that I'd ask you to consider. One is the actual decision as to the overhire. The other is to direct the city managers and the staff to develop a succession plan for the city organization so that we can start to monitor likely retirement dates and kind of get ahead of that. And those have a lot of value. You can start training staff, you know, for potential leadership roles as different individuals migrate out of the department. The third was to make former overhire decisions as a part of the regular budgeting process, which I kind of explained before. But I've added a 4th item, which I'd suggest, and in listening to Mr. Robinson, I think he actually has a very valid point, and that is that the police department has kind of been left to determine what the level of service is in this community. And I think that there is a responsibility for us to have an engaged discussion about just what our expectation is in terms of the police department and what level of service. And the chief is right. There's different training now. The whole crisis intervention team approach, training approach that we have them involved in. So there's a lot of dynamic there. So the 4th item I've said is that the manager be directed to work with the police chief to come up with an appropriate methodology to determine authorized personnel, which incorporates some of the, the commentary you heard from Mr. Robinson and some of the response that you heard from the chief. I think that there is, the chief is sitting there trying to determine what the number of personnel is. Maybe our approach should be that we don't overhire anybody and we take what we would have otherwise funded for overhire and add to our personnel. And we trade off not overhiring and we gradually, change that number of personnel. Overhire to me is not really a prudent way, in my opinion, for managing a police department or any other department as far as that goes. So I think we need to get ahead of this. I think this is kind of what I described as a bubble year. We added a lot of officers in a very short period of time. The chief has potentially 19 people in that sweet spot where they can retire. I understand the state's, manipulating or considering manipulating the pension system, which may drive out even more officers so that they don't, their pension payments over the rest of their lives are severely diminished. So there's all of those things that come into play, and I think we need to have those discussions. So I would ask that that item be added as a fourth direction to the management as well.
I think it's a great idea. When we were in DC, one of the questions that I asked was, we had the University Communities Council, and so that's all the elected officials that were at the conference that were in university communities. I asked them to talk about how the campus security, because they're not always police, sometimes they're just security guards, cooperates with the city police. So that's something I've always been very interested in us cooperating more, as the chief knows too, of course, because I've talked to him about that. So yeah, I'd be very interested in something like that.
Okay. Okay, was there any other comment? Okay. Tony, did you have something?
No, I was just going to report that the city of Wichita had a voter initiative, I believe, to try to lessen the penalties for marijuana laws in the Wichita community, and that was struck down by the Kansas Supreme Court on a challenge.
Okay. Okay.
Yep.
But Mr. Mayor, if I could, but that's a statutory thing, that's a constitutional thing, not an enforcement issue.
You're out of line. Okay. Back to the commission, then. There's no other comment. Okay. Okay, the item that we do have before us is the recommendation from the city manager's office, along with the police chief, looking at an overhire recommendation of 14 officers, and the items that are listed in the report with the addition of the final item brought up by the city manager. Okay. Discussion on that item.
I think this is why we hire a city manager.
Okay.
He's doing a fine job.
Okay.
And I look forward just to having this as part of the budget talk versus, into the budget season and bringing it up.
Chief Petit makes a point, though, when you look at the half-cent sales tax in 71 and then the half-cent in the 90s, that maybe the lesson gleaned from that is you don't wait until it's too late to fix it. That seems to be a recurring theme all night. We talk about our vehicles. Well, we had to stop dealing with vehicles during the recession. Now all of a sudden everything's broken and it's costing us an arm and a leg. It's the same thing with our police department. When you look at the numbers given, 12 additional hires in the last 13 years, and you compare that to the community population growth of that same period, it's not, we aren't growing a department at the same rate we're growing a population, which is going to lead to an absence of service, which ultimately, at the end of the day, is our primary goal here, public safety and infrastructure. And if we can't adequately provide public safety and infrastructure, I'm not quite sure what we're doing.
Don't you believe that during that same budget process that we go through this summer, we'll have similar discussions about this also?
Boy, I sure hope so.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Then I guess I would entertain a motion to concur with staff's recommendation on the overhire and the other items listed in the staff report.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and second for approval. It was made by Vice Mayor Soden, second by Commissioner Herbert. All in favor of that motion, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you all very much. Next item on the agenda is to the City Commission direction to staff regarding HERE project.
Good evening, Mayor, Commission. Scott McCullough with the Planning Office. I'll be brief. Last week, you set forth a number of assignments to the applicant and staff, and we're both busy fulfilling those assignments, but we did want to bring forth an item of seeking confirmation of the expectations of the commission so that we can bring back what you're expecting of us. So I provided a memo here. The first 5 items really relate to the design of the project. I won't go into those unless you have questions or would like me to. The last item probably left the most question in staff's mind, which deals with bringing back revisions to some of the agreements. And so we have given careful consideration and provide for you a recommendation to basically bring back one supplemental agreement that lays out the implementation of the development and license agreement, and in particular the NRA performance agreement. And so the city attorney's office has provided several provisions that would be included in said agreement and wanted your confirmation essentially on those are the right provisions that meet your expectations during the discussion last week. The other thing this did is open up an opportunity for me to lay out the process, the code-directed process, to clarify the record on that, and then take any questions on that. I think what I have tried to do is provide some information to you that this actually has been over-processed in my mind because it's coming to you, the highest authority of review the city has. So with that, I'll stand for questions given the late hour, Mayor.
Questions?
Yes, I'm looking at the city attorney's office recommendations. On the third recommendation, substantial completion of construction for the purpose of the NRA rebate shall be interpreted to mean 100% of the parking to accommodate full use of the building. Did we have any discussion about requiring the mixed use, requiring proof of mixed use in order to acquire that NRA, since really the mixed use was the reason the NRA ever existed, not the parking?
Right, so how we have approached that, I don't want to speak for Ms. Wheeler, but I'll give you the perspective as I understand it, is the task is to make sure that the parking accommodates the commercial space.
Okay.
Commissioner Herbert, if the discussion is that they have to have a user there, so typically when you're talking about being eligible for occupancy, the biggest part of that is the space there and is the parking there. And by your direction, the parking will have to be there to accommodate the commercial space.
And also I draw your attention to paragraph number 7 that talks about the mixed use being required.
Number 7 fills in the residential portion that will be left unoccupiable with your direction here. So your direction, as we interpret it, is that all the commercial is accommodated with parking, leaving some of the residential units not occupiable.
Okay.
Other questions?
And these provisions are concepts, so we'd have to develop the actual language to meet the intent.
Number 2, an acknowledgement that the proposed valet parking and future approved parking complies with the existing NRA agreement that references robotic parking. Something about the word complies really rubs me wrong. Perhaps in exchange or replaces or, I mean, it's obviously not the same as robotic parking. So is there a better word or something?
I think as we draft the language, we'll work on the...
Yeah, thank you.
Lisa, did you have something?
No,
You know, one of the things that still concerns me about this particular project, and it's just starting to really kind of concern me, and I understand that we had the discussion about the 24-hour valet service and what it means, but one of the things that we have, and I think that we really need to take into consideration here and take an extra look at, is the amount of parking that actually exists under our code in that building right now. I really believe this. I think that, you know, Matt, I think you brought it up in the January meeting where you read the discussion from the applicant about, you know, we based a lot of the decision on the public incentives on that robotic system to be put in place.
Now, granted, it can be argued that we'd look at this as being this replaces that, and it does it by human rather than robot, but there can be that argument. I'm not talking about that. What I'm saying is there's an amount of parking that exists under our code. I suggest that what we really look at, or we think about a minute, is what that amount of parking, how many numbers of parking places there are in that building under our current code. It's never been described. We sent an item to Scott to bring back to us, and working with that applicant, something that came back that met our code, and we did not do that. We did not get that. We just flat didn't. And one of the things I say, we can go along with all of this stuff, but one of the things is that we give them, figure out how much parking's actually in that building. The gentleman last week, the applicant said, well, he can't meet it because the aisleways won't meet, they're a couple feet short or something like that. We can exist with those kind of changes, but one of the concerns that I have is that, there's only so much parking there, and we're going to grant, we talked about allowing, I can't remember how many bedrooms, that would open up, but we're going to take only 13 off. I think if you figure that up, and as I looked at the article that was in the paper, that's almost a 95% occupancy. Most apartment complexes in town operate at 95%. And, they're always going to have that 5%. So I think that we need to be really, really careful about the amount of parking that we allow. If we looked at that garage that's in there now, and we've measured it off, under the code that we have, which is what, the 8.5 by 20, whatever that size is, it may only equal 50%. And maybe that's what we ought to give occupancy-wise, because that meets our code. And we can give our pledge as we look at rewriting a code that's going to take care of valet, of which we don't have right now. And I appreciate the fact, Scott, that you suggest that we're the ultimate authority in this, and we probably are. But the truth is we got a code that backs up the things that we deal with. And I think that's what we ought to be looking at. And we ought to have that in place. So I think that we need to be very, very careful about what we allow on occupancy without having to meet, the requirements of the rest of the community based on our code.
And one of the outcomes that I gleaned from last week was that issue was decided, that the valet system with the reduction in space size was approvable, at least by majority consensus, and put us to task on these other issues. So that's a
This is
response.
my last chance to bring it up.
I understand.
Being the ultimate authority.
But that is my response.
No, I think, you and planning directors before you have constantly pounded, into my head talking about code. And I am very respectful of that. And I think that we need to take that into consideration, and here again, like I say, this is my last chance to bring it up. And if we don't bring it up and there's some glitch that happens, then we're really going to have a problem. That's the reason I bring it up. Okay. Other questions of Scott? Okay. Thanks, Scott.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions of City Attorney? Okay. Public comment? Anyone?
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, I'm Jane Eldridge, and I thank you for the opportunity to comment yet again this evening. I think that from the memorandum that we've submitted to you and that Mr. McCullough has submitted to you, he and I disagree on some aspects of the code. But I think the major issue is, has this been a major change? And there's no question it's been a major change. When you go from a robotic system that doesn't have people that have to get in and out of cars in tight places to a valet parking system, that is a major change that has a significant impact on the surrounding neighborhood. What we're doing is discouraging cars from parking there, leaving them only to park in the neighborhood. So we have to be certain that we have at least followed the code to the level of what is required in terms of parking. This commission asked in January to have the applicant and the staff bring back a solution that met the code. Blatantly, the staff didn't do that. Candidly, they admitted it to you. I don't know what more a commission can do other than to ask its staff to do its job. I hope that you will insist that the staff does its job. And when you think about the differences between robotic and valet parking, you might be interested to know, and I know I've seen plenty on campus, a truck such as a Ford F-150 with its mirrors is 96.8 inches wide. That's 6.8 inches wide than the 7.5-inch parking space. Now, if you clip off the mirrors, you don't need quite as much room. You only need, without mirrors, let me see. Oh, excluding mirrors, you only need 79.9 inches. I don't know where the mirrors would go, but I think that's an issue in terms of whether valet parking is going to work in 7.5 feet. It just isn't reasonable. It isn't reasonable not to use a planning commission to look at changes of this nature. They look at the details of preliminary development plans. You've been asked to accept a modification to a final development plan. A final development plan is an administrative action taking the place of the final recorded approval of a preliminary development plan that the Planning Commission has blessed, that the City Commission has blessed. I think it's wonderful that we do have an opportunity for a public hearing, but I urge you to follow your development code. I urge you to make your staff follow the development code so that we all can move forward with a lot more consistency, predictability, and reliability. We have conflict with uncertainty. We don't have conflict when we know what the rules are and we follow them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
No.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Mr. Mayor, Greg Robinson, 3116 Trail Road. I'll first start out by saying thank you for putting every agenda item on here that I'd like to speak about in one meeting. So I won't have to come back for a number of meetings now. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. However, on this particular issue, I've followed this one quite closely for some time, and I can remember Mr. Heffernan sitting right here many a times telling me, what a wonderful, beautiful project. I hope you build it, but not with my tax dollars. I just never really got around my arms around the idea of giving them a nickel for what they were doing. But that being said, we're down, that water's already under the bridge. But that being said is, now I'll let city staff correct me in my comment if I'm inaccurate. When this was initially, the preliminary plans and all those things were discussed, at some point, I don't want to use the word variance because maybe that's not what it was, but initially, when the robotics and everything were discussed, it was short, and Mr. Mayor, maybe you were on the commission then, they were short like 70 spots or something like that. And that was approved with those reduction because it almost made it, but okay, 70 spots reduction. Now, we're like, oh, we can't do robotic, but we've never had a discussion from at least a developer standpoint of how many other robotic automated parking engineers and facilities and vendors do we go out and talk to actually submit to you folks? We can't do it. As far as I know, none. All we can say is, well, we got this other solution, the valet system, that now cuts 100 spaces off. So now we got the 70 original below. Now again, I don't hear anybody saying I'm wrong, so I'll take that as an affirmative, accurate statement. Now we got 100 less, so now we're down 170 spots. Now I find that very interesting, this 100, because if you all remember, and I know you do, Mr. Mayor, the 100 spots was the big contention argument they wanted to reduce it by. When they had their big arguments about, gosh, we just can't build this thing. If you don't give us this and we can't shut up this garage a little smaller, we just can't build this thing. And then as soon as you gave them their tax rebates and all that, boom, they had dirt turning the next day. So that's neither here nor there. But again, I guess my point is this. We now are going to stick into the ground 108 parking meters at $1.50 an hour. I presume we're going to enforce it 6 days a week like we do downtown. $1.50 a day. I don't remember the math, but I do know what the ultimate is. If they collect every hour of that day, now by the displacement, by them kicking people out of this facility to now fill up those parking meters on a daily basis. They're going to get a rebate from the city for the revenue generated from their meters of $429,000 a year. So I certainly don't understand how they get to recoup $429,000 by increasing the usage of the meters on a daily, hourly basis by them not fulfilling their promise to house the vehicles they promised to do. Because initially it was this 70 reduction. Oh, we can't do it, but we'll make it work. But now where are we? Now we're down to almost 200. Plus, they get all the revenue, but now we get the extra cost. I presume somebody in a budget's going to come to you and say, you know, we need more parking enforcement personnel. Because now we've got to go up over the hill and enforce parking over there. Now we get a $25 fine if it's ever paid, okay? But, you know, I know this discussion was probably last week, and I'm sorry for being a week late, but I was in a different meeting. So what I would say is my comment is, just vote no. This is such an important decision for that community. I don't even live over there. You know, I go to football games over in that area. That's about the extent I do. But this is going to destroy that area by this decision if you allow that parking with a 170 spot reduction and to start letting them fill it up. Because once the water starts going over the proverbial dam, there ain't no turning back. There is no commission. Your future is going to stop this steamroller. So if you don't take and dig in right now and stop this thing until they come to you and say, we've talked to every manufacturer of robotic automatic parking systems in the world, it can't be done, then okay, then you look at something else. But until you get that report, and again, then I would double check it, to be honest with you, because I've seen what they've done with other reports. So I would vote no, or tell you to table this darn thing and don't give them another thing until they bring that back. Thank you very much.
Okay. Other comment? Come on, guys. Yeah.
We're going to argue. Hi, I'm Deborah Duncan, 136 Providence Road. I'm the president of the League of Women Voters, and I actually agree with everything that's been said so far, which surprises me. The League is concerned about the request for parking. We believe that the city should be required to follow the city's land development code. I mean, it was clear to everyone in February of 2014 that this was going to be a problem. The parking was going to be a huge problem. Excuse me. In the city memo, the planning staff memo said that traffic, that here was going to increase traffic 4 times over what traffic normally is in that area. And it wasn't going to be such of at least parking wasn't going to be so bad with the robotic parking. But throughout their visits with the Planning Commission and the City Commission, HERE has offered a number of different parking alternatives. Street parking, shared parking with KU, building a new parking garage, of course, robotic parking. The current plan, valet parking, I just don't think is workable at all. I don't like to use valet parking. I can't imagine that college students are going to have the patience to wait for valet parking, and especially if they've been drinking. And if a kid is upstairs, they're 20 years old, they've been drinking, they come downstairs and they want their car, I don't know whose responsibility it's going to be to get the keys. So I assume that HERE will be responsible if they give the keys to a drunk 20-year-old who's been in a car accident, but I would hate to be the person making that decision. But the parking issue is clearly unresolved, needs to be resolved before anything goes forward. Right or wrong, whatever decision you make, this is going to have a lasting effect on the Oria neighborhood and a lasting effect on the city of Lawrence as well, no matter what the decision is. And we ask that this be returned to the Planning Commission for a more thorough study. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Candace Davis. I do live in the Oread neighborhood. I am the chair of LAN right now, the Lawrence Association of Neighborhoods, and I have also been the past president of the Oread Residents Association for a number of years. I wanted to just say it's been years and years living in this neighborhood. For at least 16 years where we have worked really hard to bring stability to the area, and in particular in terms of parking as a tool. And we strongly believe, and LAN does as well, in multifamily zone neighborhoods that the parking should be 1 parking space per bedroom, and that's the code. What we have here now is been surprising to me with this development. According to our neighborhood plan, this was to be a higher density development. We did not follow this closely. We relied on our city planning department and commission to follow the code. And we heard of these 100 parking spaces that they were going to put out on the street, and spoke not in favor of that, of course. But I wanted to remind you, in our neighborhood, 1 block can accommodate about 25 cars. Most of the streets in the neighborhood park on only one side of the street. So it's confusing to me at this point how many parking spaces we're talking about that will end up not being provided. But I don't believe this structure should have any more units than they can provide for parking, and that would be 1 space per bedroom. The other thing is that I don't think that this group, the HERE group, should place the burden of their mistakes or any of the mistakes the city has made on our community and our neighborhood community of Oread. And let me just see if there's anything I've forgotten. It's really disappointing that, we have this revitalization process, and when you think of what could happen to the neighborhood, I would hardly call it revitalization. Another thing that was mentioned too, that the city manager earlier mentioned, is about having some scattered low-income housing. Why not put some of them in this HERE unit, or even have some larger units that could be condominiums, housing maybe adults. So anyway, that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comment?
Good evening. I'm Marcy Francisco, a resident of the Oread neighborhood, fairly close to this development. My husband and I live at 1101 Ohio Street. We've seen a little of the results of valet parking because we're pretty close to the Oread Hotel. And there's often a line, and often people who are unhappy about waiting to get their cars because things come with events, people leave according to certain schedules, and there's often a line. I don't know if that will be the case, but I agree with earlier comments that valet parking is not quite the same as grabbing your keys, running out of your apartment, being late already to an appointment, and wanting to find your own way as quickly as you can. The other concern is it's a little less private if you have things in your car, or you've all of a sudden, this is not the same quite as the Oread Hotel, because there people are expecting to be served food. In this case, you're bringing your groceries back to your apartment. So all of a sudden, what happens if you brought more than you can carry in one trip? So all of a sudden, how do you get back to your car? get things out of your car. If this is where you live, there are things that people store in their cars. So I think this idea of valet parking is a little more confusing for a residential property than it would be for a hotel or entertainment. I think that this is very different from the preliminary plan. I was actually pleased to see the proposal that this should be sent back to the Planning Commission. I think it is quite a different approach and different from what was approved in the preliminary development plan. I don't know how many times I have come before the City Commission or the Planning Commission or the Board of Zoning Appeals to say parking is an issue in our neighborhood. This is a lot of parking. This is an important issue to our neighborhood. We really need to get it right. And I think we also should know something about the layout, and if the valet parking fails, what number of spaces could be accommodated, allowing people to park on their own in this facility. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment?
Good evening, City Commissioners. I'm Janet Gessner, and I was here last week, and I'll probably hit on some of the same points, but I've had more time to think about this, and I'll try to make new ones as well. As you know, I did for a decade live a couple blocks from this project, and I've had great concerns about it for the long time. I might mention that just tonight, as I pulled in here and tried to park, I was indeed by a huge pickup truck that I think was exactly what was just described, an F10 with the mirrors, and I had a heck of a time even in a parking lot out there with supposedly bigger spots, making sure that my car would be safe from that one. So that was a good point. I took a look today at some of the city's memos and so on, and I see there was a timeline of a lot of processes that have been gone through with this. I'd just like to make the comment that it's not quantity of processes, it's the quality of those processes. And I don't think at different times that there was an entirety of information available, that there wasn't a depth of review and discussion, that sometimes there were not the questions asked that should have been asked, or perhaps even the guidance provided that was really needed on this issue. Last week, I could see no solution on this. In fact, I was very confused when I was up here, just feeling overwhelmed because I didn't see what we're going to make of this situation. I still see no particularly elegant solution to the whole situation, but I do have a lot more clarity now about it. And I do feel strongly that there needs to be an in-depth look at how many spaces can be provided in here. Even if it's hardly any. I mean, there's all these suppositions. Is it 25%? Is it 50%? We don't really even know. Or could we, what can we do with this space? I think that's a starting point to at least look at this more closely and see what we have and work from there. I also realize that we are stuck with this configuration at this point of the building, the pillars and so on. And I strongly would also urge the city to look further at robotic systems. There are many others out there. Also, this existing company, it may recover, and this may still be a solution even with Boomerang itself. In theory, those sorts of things, the onus should be on the developer. However, if the developer is not going to provide that information, or maybe we shouldn't even rely on them to do it, why not have the city? Why don't we as a city go ahead and take a look and provide those maps of what could be provided on the parking under code? And also, why doesn't the city take a day and explore, or half a day, what these other robotic systems have to offer, and not just take the word for it from other folks that something else wouldn't work on this? That seems to me to be the best solution if a robotic system could still work for this. I am very concerned about the precedent if we build a tall one or two other parking garages to accommodate this. Then are we setting a new precedent of allowing parking garages throughout the neighborhood? These are seasoned and sophisticated developers, and they've had a lot of experience. I understand that they also have another apartment building underway with robotics that they're further along with, and it's so they're faced with a big problem with that. They're obviously up to dealing with that, whatever that is. They can deal with this situation too, and I wouldn't let them pressure you into feeling like you have to make this work or that you artificially have to accommodate their timeline to try to get to August. I think it's more important to do the right thing for the community, as we'll all live with this, whatever comes out of this, for a long time, and I wouldn't let the leverage move to their side on this issue. One other issue I am concerned about too is the meters. I also ran some calculations, and that's difficult for me to make some extrapolations on the usage of those and so on. I'm afraid that the meters would just be used by residents initially at least, and it may just then, once we get the retail and get everybody into the apartments down the line, we'll see the apparent problem as then those cars too are pushed out onto other streets. I'm also concerned about the revenue from those meters might be substantial, and that the city is turning over a huge amount of money without a great deal of thought about that or exploration of the amount of money to the developers themselves, while again the city is bearing the brunt of the enforcement of those meters. I want to thank you all for your great amount of time that you've put in on this and your patience, and it seems to me the best suggestion tonight would be for it to go back to the Planning Commission so that we can more carefully do the review that should have occurred from the beginning. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry about your in-laws' house, Janet.
Thank you very much.
Any other comment? Okay, back to the commission. Well, you know, we do have the memos from staff asking for clarification, and said my piece. I really want us to stop and think about that. If it requires another look, but, you know, if we mess this up, I mean, it could be ugly for everybody.
I think we do need to get from them accurate numbers about what that parking garage can hold at current code.
Matt, I appreciate you saying that, because it's really the only way, if we're talking about giving occupancy, the only thing that we can really bet on is the number of spaces that exist under our code. As like I said a minute ago, if, you know, part of this is an initiation of a valet parking, you know, code. The big thing is our code right or is it not? You know, do we live by that code or do we not? You know, we require everybody that comes forward that builds an apartment building, they have to meet the parking requirement, 1 per bedroom, right? They do, unless they get a variance of some kind. But, you know, it's just what it says. If we don't stop and say, okay, paint the lines on the floor, you know, we're not going to know on what that parking is. We're not going to know.
Mayor, we can get that diagram for you. We can request that.
But why didn't we have it last week when we had asked for it, in January?
Mayor, I'll apologize for that misinterpretation of the January meeting, and I'll go back and look at the video. I took away
But
from
you
that
can look at the video all you want, Scott. I mean, the truth of the matter is we asked something that met code. That's what we asked for. I mean, I can read it from the minutes here, you know, 3 or 4 of us asked to have it meet code. That's all we asked. And we did not get that. So, you know.
Still want it.
You damn right I still want it. I mean, why wouldn't we want it? I mean, it's the most important piece here. If we're talking again about giving occupancy on a building that's not complete, and we can't, I can't, maybe everybody else, I can't tell you exactly how many cars can actually be parked in that building if people have to park them themselves.
Right.
That's the piece we need,
We can get that for you.
okay?
I want to go back to a conversation I had, it feels like about a week ago, but I think it was tonight still, when we were talking about the transient guest tax. And I said, the process we did for that maybe wasn't great, but it was fair. Mike, your comments
I know where you're going.
I'm not sure I do. I'm a little tired, but if synapses are firing properly, I think what I'm trying to say is that, I'm thinking about your comment, and it's starting to have a little more impact on me because I think we need to apply that same thing here. I mean, this is a project that has had about 2 years worth of various breakages along the way, and when it gets done, it may not be a perfect project, but we need to be able to say that it was fair, and that if Lisa came before the commission 10 years from now with a similar project, would we hold her to what standard are we going to hold her to? That ultimately we need to be fair, and the way that we're fair is that we're consistent, we're reliable, and to be consistent and reliable, we need to follow the code.
That's all I ask. And that we understand what that parking actually is.
Get us a number.
Do that.
Let's not have that.
Apologize for misinterpreting the direction in January. We'll get that for you.
So the request is to get a number in the deck that would be parkable if in fact it met the code requirement of being a self-park deck. Is that what you're asking for?
Absolutely.
How many 8.5 by 20 spots can I go and paint?
Because if that valet parking does not work,
They got to park them themselves.
Or even if it does work, up until the point we have an actual valet code, we have to apply a code to it.
And the
We can alter that. We can change it. We can draft the language, but we need to have a code to apply to it. And presently, that's 8.5 by 20 is the code we have.
That's it. Please.
Question of clarification, because
Oh, I would, yeah.
the outcome of last week's discussion appeared to be that we're not going to initiate a text amendment to develop a valet code. If that changes, we just need a formal initiation of that text amendment, but maybe that's for discussion next week when we bring this back to you.
I'm going to make a motion, or I'm going to entertain a motion that we defer this item until we get that information on those parking spaces, okay? And then once we get that, then we can make the determination if we're going to proceed at that point on what that occupancy level ought to be, along with the other items listed in your report. But part of that probably ought to be, if it's going to have a valet parking system in there, if that's ultimately what's going to be required, that ought to at least be initiated by this body to be considered by the Planning Commission, to come up with a new code, at least one that can be applied to it. Because without it, I think we're setting ourselves up for a big-time failure here.
So, again, just to clarify, I know the applicant is working to bring this to you next week with their option with addressing all of these expectations. Are you adding that expectation to show you what the decks would look like per the current code as part of the discussion?
Have them get a tape measure out 8.5 by 20 as many times as he can.
Right.
Bring us that number.
But you don't want to, are you deferring this clarification item, or you just want that information brought to you when the applicant presents their revised plan?
As soon as possible.
Yeah, just bring it.
Okay.
So when we were bringing this back from, I guess it was 2 meetings ago?
Last
One meeting? The idea was that you wanted documents prepared that would allow the development to pursue with the deck that exists, with valet parking, and a corresponding reduction in the allowable occupancy of the building as related to residents, because As I recall, Matt, you wanted to make sure that it met the requirement of a mixed development. So we were going to apply the parking on the street to the extent that that was required
For the commercial.
for the commercial, which would then meet the multiple requirement. There were some things that I think that we felt that were still needing to be decided by the commission. And so we wanted to bring it back and kind of update what we had found, which I think Scott did, in terms of the issue on, I can't even remember what street it is at this time of the evening, but 11th Street. There was the issue of the elevator, and so we've responded to those kinds of considerations. Now, what I would say to you is that without telling you anything that I can't tell you, I think that there is a very likelihood that they will provide added parking to accommodate the places that cannot be occupiable. And I have a certain degree of confidence in listening to that. The other thing I want to tell you is that in listening to the comments from one of the individuals tonight, and I don't know which other project they were talking about, but Mike and I had a conversation, and Mike and I were in my office together. I think it was my office, and we called the city of Champaign because Champaign did the same project, and I think it was the same partnership in Champaign. They put that robotic system in there, and they ended up in litigation. At the same time that was happening, their project had progressed a lot further along than an ordinance that was being considered by the city of Champaign at the same time. And the Champaign ordinance removed the requirement of parking for developments in this particular zone that they were located in. What do they call it? The campus town? I think it's called campus town on the campus of the University of Illinois at Champaign. But the people were pretty clear in the staff that all that stuff was in there, all that robotic equipment, and there was some sort of issue with the electronics, and that was the basis of the litigation. And I can tell you that this same developer, it to some degree explained that they've stuck a lot of money into this system in a project that already went and declared bankruptcy. So they have already stuck all that money. They have checked all of these other robotic companies in this country, but after this experience with what they did in Champaign and what they tried to do here, they have no confidence in any of the robotic companies coming in here. So now we're stuck with this building unless we somehow ultimately go in there and demand that this building be demoed, right? And they're trying to figure out how we go about that. Now we can go back and compute what the spaces are in this building that would accommodate, the parking under the traditional, you park yourself kind of provision, but they're going to be substantially reduced. The only way to even get a reasonable percentage of the spaces in this building is to use this methodology of valet parking. But they're going to have to come up with additional parking in other locations in that vicinity to accommodate that. And I can tell you, I know that they are working on that. I guess I would just ask you, what are the unforeseen consequences of not doing something, of not trying to figure out how to resolve this? And it's great to talk in terms of a punitive measure to try and get there. But, when we left the conversation last, I was under the impression that we were given direction to actually prepare documents to get this thing done. And I'm the one that pretty much said, let's hold this up, because I'm not sure we were entirely clear from the direction of the city commission before we had legal counsel go down the path of preparing all these agreements. So we could go back and make that calculation, and we will. But I think you're going to be facing the same issue. And I told the developer, don't be here this week, because we're just trying to get clarification on what this commission wants the staff to do to resolve these issues. It's a crazy situation we're placed in. I get that. But I guess the consequence is if you lay the law down to such an extent that you force this developer out of there, how long is that hulk going to sit there before somebody picks it up and maybe pays, pennies on the dollar to take that over and then do it? And then what's the solution for that? A big part of demo, and what else are you going to do? I would only say to you that let us come back, we'll get you the information that you've asked for. Let us come back with this developer, let him present for himself what he intends to do. Maybe he'll share more detailed information on this sort of thing that convinces you that there is going to be adequate parking. I know they are working on an alternative beyond just the valet parking.
I guess one question I have, if we're going to get the information about how many cars we can put in there with it striped per our code now, how many cars would that put into other decks, other garages, or whatever in that neighborhood if this is going to be at occupancy? I mean, I think that's kind of what you're saying is if we don't fit a lot of the cars in there, there's going to have to be some humongous parking garage someplace else right there by them. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying they're looking for, and they're in discussions on alternative locations for additional parking, the extent of which I can't really disclose because they've only said, I mean, there's a lot of moving parts to that part of it as well. But for example, if you're going to say, okay, we can get half the spaces in there that we're going to be in there under a robotic system, that translates into, and if you're going to allow the translation of that into so many occupiable spaces in either the commercial or the apartments, maybe they're going to have to do more than they originally contemplated. But I think that developer left this meeting from the last meeting thinking that this commission was directing us to prepare the agreements to put in effect a valet system based on reduced parking, and that reduced parking resulted in reduced occupiable units in that facility. And so this is a very different kind of message that I think we're going to be conveying back to that developer at this particular time. I'm not advocating one way or the other on this. I just want to make sure you understand there's two sides to this thing.
But understand too, Tom, and just so that you know where I'm coming from, is right now our code says that that we'll provide one space per bedroom, and that space is going to be 8.5 by 20 feet, okay? All I'm saying is that, mark them off inside that garage, how many of those spaces that size are in the current 2 floors of that facility, and that if we are going to give occupancy based on parking, that is the amount of parking that's available per our code. I think that this commission, will probably agree that we're going to consider some kind of change to the development code that's going to allow a valet kind of parking system, whatever that may be. But that's not part of the code right now. If we believe in our code, we follow the code.
I agree, but Mike, how did you let them get to a robotic system which doesn't have that space requirement according to that?
Because we got into a situation where we were buying a robotic system based on a request for a public incentive, and that's how it happened.
You know, in order speak for myself here, is to make a truly informed decision, it's important that we have all the information that we can get. And I think that's what this goes to, is what number can legally be there versus what they're asking for. And it gives us a better idea.
We'll get that.
Okay. Okay. Then I would entertain a motion. Yes, ma'am?
I have a question on a different topic. There are many things I dislike about this that I've disliked for 2 years. And just one of them, yes, is how the metered parking, they're going to collect the revenue from that. Of course, we get the fines, but they get the fees, the parking fees. But we still do the enforcement. So what I'm curious about process-wise is, was that considered an incentive that they were given, that they applied for? How did they achieve that? Just a very short answer, if you can. I mean, is that in the NRA? I mean, how did that come about?
It wasn't discussed during the incentive.
Commissioner, that was a development agreement specific to performance of the project, and that was negotiated with the city and city commission about that structure.
Whose idea was that?
Well, it just came about through discussions of how the parking would work on the street. As we've reported, the mixed-use district allows on-street parking to go toward the development demand. It's a little bit similar to what we have in the 8th and Penn district. The Polar building has on-street parking that goes toward the uses in the area, and that's not metered parking.
Right.
But it evolved through discussions of trying to protect essentially the project from the commuter parkers, student parking that would come in and take up all those new spaces that were dedicated to the project. So metering that and altering behavior, driver behavior through fees and fines was the solution.
I don't object to it being metered. I want to know how it came to be that they would receive the fees for parking, but that we enforce it. And I know that you guys said that KU originally was thinking about enforcing it, and somehow they pulled out on that. But who even suggested that they keep the metered money? Because I want to smack them upside the
I
head.
think it came from them. I think it was their idea.
Who agreed to that?
It wasn't me.
I mean, shouldn't that be an incentive that they're receiving, though, especially if it's the dollar amount that has been talked about tonight? I mean, that should have been counted in there somehow.
I think it was a discussion when KU was a bigger part of the discussion about enforcing and operating. It really wasn't a city issue at all, except that we would agree to the plan. And then as KU, for their legitimate reasons, pulled away from that idea, the city manager and here sort of worked on developing the proposal to the commission. So yes, you're inheriting a good portion of this project.
Right.
If not all the project.
Right.
And the bankruptcy of the robotic parking. And so
Sure.
you are tasked with trying to resolve some of this.
Right, and what I want to get down to is that this should be some kind of policy set somewhere, that people would receive the metered, which is something I can't even imagine approving in the future. But I mean, it's just bad policy how that even came about, is what it sounds like. I've gotten upset about many things about this project over a year, so I won't go off about this. But I haven't yet about that one, and that is terrible.
Okay.
Terrible decision.
Okay.
That's my rant, I guess.
There you go.
Let's not do that again.
Got it. Okay, so the direction to staff tonight is to defer this item for a week?
Well, can we get that metered money back? Is that possible? I want to know. I mean, seriously, can we get the metered money?
I just whispered to Diane, I thought that maybe there were some other things that we should be trying to negotiate with that. I heard some other comments about some things too.
Well, that one really just rubs me the wrong way. I mean, that's just bad. I mean, having parking now that doesn't even meet any code at all that we have, and now we're giving away meter money. I mean, that's just terrible. I sound like my grandma right now. If you could find out a way to get that back, I will buy you a dozen roses.
It probably violates some ethics.
Yeah, that's right. Okay.
It's getting pretty late.
Okay, the direction is that at this point, Tom, that you will get the information on the number of parking spaces per our code that would exist in that building. And does the rest of the commission want to have Tom talk about the change that's going to be in those meters?
Well, I'm going to talk about it too.
Okay.
I'm going to convey the concerns that were expressed.
Okay.
And some other things I heard as well.
Okay. Okay, I would entertain a motion to defer this item for a week. Motion made and second for deferral, made by Commissioner Herbert, second by Commissioner Larson. All in favor of that motion, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That passes 5-0. Thank you all very much. Future agenda items.
You're upset, aren't you?
We'll give you
Better get the money back.
It's been a very
Diane.
long night.
Next week, we have scheduled on the regular agenda the urban agriculture item. I've had a number of people come to me that, are going to be in and out. Can we push this off a couple of weeks? Now, Matt, you're going to be gone the 12th?
Correct.
Okay.
As will Tom.
As will I.
I think we submitted
For the 19th. Okay, let's do it then. That's okay for the rest of the commission.
You mean you're going to wait for us to come back? Is that what you're trying to do?
Well, we may be waiting longer because it sounds like, I don't know, we're checking schedules. Hold on. The 19th, April 19th?
You all have fun.
The 26th.
We can do it. It's not an urgent matter. It's
April 26th. I want to make sure everybody's here, okay?
We have a study session.
We'll figure it out. Okay, any other future agenda items? Tom, Diane? Okay. Come up something to fill that void? Oh, yeah, okay. Commission items. City manager's report.
Well, you have a couple of attached reports, the most important of which was the daddy-daughter dance at the rec. Yeah, it brought back great memories for myself, actually.
Yeah.
And then you have some financial reports, but considering the hour, I think maybe we could pass. Yeah. If you have any questions, just call Brian.
Got it.
Stay after. Good talk.
Calendar.
Well, I think you kind of just disclosed, but April 12th and 13th.
I didn't say what month.
All of them.
For a year.
April 12th and April 13th, the city manager and I will be in Washington, D.C. together as part of the Lawrence delegation.
Very good.
I don't imagine any of you will join us, but for a coma violation, but it's worth noting, I suppose.
I think we'll be fine. Okay. Any other calendar items? Well, folks, thank you all very much for your hard work this evening. Entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move. Second.
Motion made and second to adjourn, Soden, Herbert. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Adjourn. Thank you all.
Did you see you have a ribbon cutting? once a week for 5 weeks.
Oh, God, yeah.
Those are all you?
Yeah, it looks like it.
I got Wingstop coming up. That's big time.
You see, you get something like that, and I'm going
Hey,
to
you know,
bat no free Bobby.
what'd you buy for Bobby? Right?